Hello. Hi, everyone. Hi, Lay. Congrats on being first. A spoon. Thank you so much. Thank you for the 11 months. And welcome. I hope you're doing well. I'm sorry about your meal deals. I'm sorry about the meal deals. Yeah, we're playing more Pathfinder today. And hopefully actually get into the story a bit more. Or I guess we were already into the story, but like actually being able to do things a bit more. Because we've been doing a lot of management stuff. Besides cry, oh, I'm sorry, Spoon. It'll be okay. It'll be okay. Some snob who somehow thinks they're entitled to advise the crusade leader is impatiently waiting in Dresden to present another far-fetched idea. Wait. Okay, wait, do we just leave and re-enter? Why does that happen? What? All I did was talk to a bunch of people who wanted to talk to me, and now suddenly another person wants to talk to me. Can't they just leave me alone? I know I'm the commander of the army and all, but can't someone else handle it or something? I've got better things to do. Why do I have to handle everything? Oops, I'm going the wrong way. Need to write something in D&D chat? Oh. You're switching shift with a colleague. Oh, does that mean you don't have the, like, early shifts anymore? Oh, you have 2 weeks of late shift. Oh, okay. So, what does that mean? We can't do 2 weeks in a row, or just one additional week of no D&D? Right, okay. Does it then, is it then 2 weeks in a row, or does it then go like 1 week? Oh god. 1 week we have D&D, 1 week of no. Does it just not change? After that it's back to every other week. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Wait, I'm confused.
Head on!
What? So wait, who does... yeah, this is good. So it said something about someone wanting to talk to me, but no one is talking to me. So I'm confused. We're going back to the Citadel. Just going out and back in just to see if we can trigger it. You know? We need to know. I want to know what this person wants to talk about. It's very important. It might be, I don't know. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not at all important, and I'm just assuming it is. I mean, if it was important, surely they would have already talked to me. I'm confused. Let me just move my camera. Yeah, here, so... Yet another stupid advice. I don't know what this is about. Hi Summits! Welcome, welcome. I'm currently being confused. Because the game says someone wants to talk to me in Dresden. I go to Dresden and there's no one talking to me, so I'm confused. If only it would tell me who actually wanted to talk to me, maybe I could find them, but I'm assuming, just like the other ones, that it would just activate an event where they just show up. Unless they're in my closets. But I doubt that. I don't think they're part of the council. They want to talk to you but don't have the courage to. You know what? That would make sense. Okay. So these don't seem to have much to say that I haven't already talked to them about. It's very strange, but I guess we could just ignore it. I mean, it says they're stupid in the event, so it can't be that important. If the event even says it's stupid advice. Okay. We are back out. Right. Wait, why are you encumbered, Darren? You're exhausted. Oh, right. Right, I forgot. The plan was to actually have some rest. So, are we... So if I rest here, is that still counting as Drazen? No. Okay, fine. You know what? Okay, fine. We're going back to the Citadel again. And then we're resting there, because I completely forgot that was the idea when I went there, back there last time. Which was this Wednesday, so it wasn't that long ago, but apparently I've forgotten already. It happens. Many things happen in like 4 days. Okay. There we go. Have a little rest. I will guard the honor of my fellows, both thought and deed, and I will have faith in them. Well, that's great, Sina. The code is simple, really, but it is faith in one's fellows that is most frequently tested. Things would be a lot simpler if I could just cut down demons without having doubts or thinking about anything at all. That is true. It would be a lot simpler. There we go. Okay, Now we're rested and ready to go. Still no one actually talked to me. Okay. Okay, so now the question is, where do I go? There's Wintersun over there, where there should be missing Crusaders. How's the army? Okay, and then you. $61, okay, yeah, you can't make that. That's fine. I don't know if we can take... Just gonna save and try it. We can take these demons, I'm sure. We'll be fine. Well, GG. Ow. Rude. How goes the crusading? Well enough. Well enough. Ow. How about you, Mons? Okay. We should have this then. Ow. Super rude. Does it grocery shopping? Nice. There we go. Okay. Oh, spells really are too strong. Okay. Now what? Guess we can go over this way. You're looking forward to the point where you get marksman in for crusading? Yeah, so I do have marksman here. Which do seem quite good. But I can't recruit them. Which is very sad. Can I search for new units? That just, okay. Didn't help me very much. Okay. Party time. So we can either go to Green Gates or Winter Sun. Grimwood Forest. As far as I remember, there's a council meeting where you can upgrade your archers to become marksmen or a bunch of other units. Oh, okay. That's good. Still don't know where the storyteller's gone. Erect a building to keep battle mounds. Oljif. Don't know where he is. This is Green Gates. Ursula claims that she's trying to renounce evil. Yeah, so this is Ursula's thing, going to Green Gates. Heart of Mystery. I don't know what Winter Sun was. That's for the Crusaders. But where's the missing Crusaders? Is that... Oh, it's this one. Okay. We could do that, right? One day in 2 hours? I can tell you can get the storyteller if you want to know. Nah, that's okay. I assume I'll find him just naturally, right? I don't see why I wouldn't. Oh, wait, that's because... Oh, right, okay. I guess you need to go move out. There you go. I don't know why it doesn't actually give you a message of like, you can't do that right now. Okay, so you go over there. Merge. And you go over there. Okay. Random encounter. Not even probably you 100% will. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Like, as long as I will, then I don't mind. I don't need to know how or when, as long as I know that I will.
I sense something. Pay attention.
Oh right, I wanted to check. Oh, my highest is lore nature actually. So perception and lore nature. With then stealth being pretty good. And athletics being pretty good. Let me check. So mythic pass, mythic trick. So lore nature would be. Even in a world which you can find yourself a healthy meal and some useful items. Every time you rest, you search the surrounding area, finding a random potion or random scroll and enough food to cook a common meal that will give some benefits to all your companions. That's just pretty nice. I like that. You don't have to worry too much about food. I like it.
I finished here. Is there more? I'm glad I was useful to you.
Over there.
Please, allow me.
Oh my god.
I finished here.
Who put
there
all
more?
these traps here? Crazy. Oh. There's a Baphomet cultist.
I finished
Move
here.
out.
Is there more?
Okay, well let's see what they are doing over here. Hail Baphomets! Hear our prayers! Accept this sacrifice, Baphomets! Curse you all! Praise be to Eomade! It's her! The one who killed our brothers and sisters! Death to the killer! Die! Woljif! What? Okay, well we found Woljif, apparently. Woljif rises from the stone throne and halts the sacrifice with the raised hand. The cultist holding up the knife over the victim on the altar stops. Woljif is wreathed in blue flame and the demonic shadow rises up behind him. Easy now, we're all friends here. This was just a little misunderstanding. You thought you'd come across Crusaders, but they're big fans of our Lord Baphomet too. Woljif half turns to you, his right eye twitching, which you interpret as an attempt to wink discreetly. Ain't that right? Yeah, misunderstanding. Hail Baphomet. Woljif's face lights up. Right, exactly. Pilgrims of the World Wound. Meet the finest member of our big family. Hey there, Chief. Long time no see. Why don't we hold off on the sacrifice for now? We need to drink to this happy meeting, am I right? Yeah, let's do that. Tie that one on the altar up again. We'll get round to slaughtering it later. The cultists exchange looks and whispers. The chief cultist lowers his knife. If the Crescent of the Abyss says so, then welcome. Make yourselves at home in the temporary camp of the Pilgrims of the World Wound. But why did you attack our brothers? I took them for common brigands. The chief cultist shakes his head and smooths invisible creases from his gold-embroidered cloak. Yes, our common brothers and sisters do look a little worse for wear after their long peregrinations. Okay, I've not seen that word before. Sure, in the World Wound. It's a pity that such a tragic mistake was made. But when we claim victory for our Lord, all of us shall go draped in gold, that I promise you. The cultist casts a wary glance at your weapon, but passes no remarks. It is good that the Crescent of the Abyss, our beacon in the darkness, and our oracle has resolved this misunderstanding. Relax, friends, and after, if you wish, you may join our pilgrimage. Yeah, I did imagine it was like a journey. I guess it's like a long journey in which you travel to various different places, especially on food. So like a pilgrimage-ish, right? But not for a religious purpose. Waldif is waiting for you next to the altar, warily wiping the sweat from his brow. Phew, I thought I was done for. I could feel it in my tail that they were gonna kill me. If you ain't a sight for sore eyes, Chief. When I heard that the gargoyles hadn't got you, and that you were running the show up at Dresden now, I can't tell you how happy that made me. But that night it all happened, I tell ya. I was so scared I couldn't see straight. I wandered around, wondering if my chief and the rest of the gang were lying in an open field with their eyes packed out. Even my conscience prickled a little, thinking about how I ran. But when you look at it from my side, what else was I supposed to do? The actual paladins were getting cut down left, right and center. And then these pilgrims of the World Wound tell me that Dresden's been reclaimed and that there's a new commander called Mance. Well, I said to myself, there can't be two demon-slaying dynamos with that name. It must be you. So I cut my way through the circles around Dresden and I waited for you to come out. At one point I got so desperate I almost went right up to the city walls, but thought the better of it. Although an arrow in the skull would be a sight better than running in fear of Voitiel. Waldif sucks in a breath and keeps talking in a rush, like he's afraid you'll turn around and walk out. Do you know Voitiel? I don't either, but I remember the name, because of what Brother Melrune yelled at in that basement that one time. I'm going to tell Hapsamira and Voitiel or something like that. Anyway, my shadow told me that Voitiel is that demon, and I should be scared of him, because he's after the Moon of the Abyss, but the shadow's a whole other story. But if you want to know why I haven't just come to Dresden, I need your help. It's a matter of life and death, Chief. Okay. What do you want from me? In a nutshell, Chief, I've got a bit of a situation here. One wrong move and I'm a goner. The demon Voitiel is in the vicinity somewhere. A good man has suffered. The cultists are animals. I just want to get out of this and make Voitiel back off. But without you, I've got no chance. Help me. I won't forget it as long as I live. What good man are you talking about? Me, of course. Waldif folds up his arms. I'm a prisoner here, you know. And I suppose there's also this other fella devil, the one that's tied up. I kind of owe him one. I made a dumb mistake and now he's paying for it. Now don't get me wrong, I couldn't care less about the guy. He got himself into this mess, except if it wasn't for me, they maybe wouldn't have caught him in the first place. These pilgrims kept asking me, will we have to have long to wait for the favors of Lord Baphomet? As though just because I have my shadow, I should know. What am I? Some kind of demon whisperer? I just put on a kind of air of knowing air and say to them, do as you have been doing and the favors will come. They took that to mean that they need to keep cutting people up on the altar. I tried to put them off the idea, but they didn't listen. I acted like I was discussing things with my shadow and kept trying to hold them off, saying that the stars weren't in alignment, that raining eyeballs was a bad omen. I'd run out of ideas just before you showed up, Chief. I was already considering just letting him do it. He was a crusader after all, you know. Demons would probably get him in the end either way. It's not my fault that's how they do things. It was either him or me. Waldif sighs and turns around. His tail is switching from side to side in agitation. There's one way to get both of us out, but I can't manage it on my own. I need your help. I'll help you deal with Voitiel. Waldif's face lights up and the tip of his tail dances through the air. I always knew you were a special sort, Chief. Let's go break his horns off. We need to go to a patch of scrubland by a bend in the river. It's not far, I'll show you. Nothing interesting about the place at all, but that's where I was when my shadow came out and started pushing me back the other way. It said that Voitiel would find me easily there, that he'd swoop in and tear me limb from limb as soon as I popped up. I wasn't long turning away from that place, I tell you. There's just one other thing. We need to round up my lackeys and send them off on an errand. While they're gone, we can free the prisoner. No point leaving them here to be bored stiff, right? Listen up, brothers, sisters. The shadow has spoken. It says that a demon will come to a secret place, a wasteland where there are almost no trees left, next to a bend in the river. We once passed by there, but we took a wrong turn and didn't find it. Okay. Can you... Yeah, I've already read it. Can you... Glorious day. Before we set off, I say we make the sacrifice. I say let's hold off on the sacrificing. Time's a wasting and demons are busy, you know. Leave your things and go. I must meditate before such an event. And when I'm all meditated out, I'll come and summon the demon to you. This is fine, I guess. Oh, yeah, they just head off. Great. Commander, a moment of your time. The young crusader cautiously gets to his feet, unable to believe that he's finally free. At last the day has come when these odious faces will no longer be looming over me. The cultists hid my weapons and armor somewhere. I'll find them and then take my leave of this place forever. They're over there with the rest of the stolen stuff. I made sure they didn't go walkies in the night. I hoped you'd make it out of this somehow. Thanks to your efforts, Woljif. Go. Time is of the essence. If there is a demon hunting you, better to lure him into a trap and strike first. I think spacebar makes the speech skip. Ah, okay. I was trying to click, but that didn't work. I'll try spacebar next, yeah. How did you end up here? The Crusader's eyes stare into the distance, solely through my own foolishness. Because of my inability to fight like a man, I thought the Crusade would be the best place to make my mark on history. I dreamt of the glory, of the respect that would be otherwise denied me as the third son of a noble family, when an officer laughed at my skills and called me an ignorant interloper. How right he was. Fate has a twisted sense of humor. My more experienced comrades died in that cursed place, one after another, but I survived. There were only 5 of us left in the end. Our hubris was gone. We were jumping at every shadow, and we still weren't cautious enough. I was the only one who survived after we were attacked in the night. I should have realized what was happening when the lookout went missing. Well, good luck. Well, Div, ooh, that's a difficult one. Yeah, I think we'll do this. Okay. Level ups. Get that +7 dex. Okay, wait, what do I want here? Okay, so these just, if you're shaken, if you're confused, if you're sickened, and you do a melee attack that deals sneak attack damage, you dispel that effect. Don't provoke attacks of opportunity when standing up from prone is pretty good. Slow reactions is pretty good. Or you can get trip. What is dirty trick? Dirty trick combat maneuver. If your attack is successful, the target takes a penalty. The penalty is limited to one of the following conditions: blinded, entangled, or sickened. Okay. Favorite terrain, immunity to difficult terrain. Um. I mean, I could just do a combat trick and get something else, but I'm not sure. Hi Zelda! I hope you've been well. It's good to see you again. I'm just going to take jump up. I don't want to have opportunity attacks on me. You're doing well, nice. I'm glad. I'm doing good myself, thank you. A little bit tired as usual, but nothing too bad. Oh god, many options. So many options. Okay. Glitter dust, malicious poison. I mean, glitter dust might be good just to have. Okay, another level. Let's, improve this, improve that, lunge, lightning reflexes. I mean, outflank is not a bad one because I and my dog already have it. Yeah, I think I'll do that. I miss your stream. Oh, I missed you as well, Zelda. I'm. Yeah, I think Blink is a good one, and I don't. I mean, Sense Vitals doesn't really do anything because it gives you sneak attack, but he already has sneak attack. I'll get your piercing scream. There we go. And then mythic as well. And whenever you miss, target still takes damage equal to strength bonus. No. You only suffer a -4 penalty on your iterative attacks instead of -5. So that's like the more attacks. This allows you to do more attacks, right? Or is that because if your say your attack bonus is like +10, right? If you get a -4, then the next one would be +6 and then +2 rather than a +5 and well, 0. Oh, mythic sneak attacker though. Yeah, I think we'll do that. Sneak attack is a good one to buff up. And then I just think when you roll to hit, you use a -4 instead of -5. Well, yeah, but that's like for every one of them, right? So if you have multiple attacks, because it's stacking, so it's -5, -10, -15 on each extra attack, right? And it would be -4, -6, -8, -12. Well, no, because the only way it would change the amount of attacks is if you get a -5 to it, which means you have to do 5 attacks already, which is probably not gonna happen. I don't know if it works that way, but you would need a lot of, like, you would need a lot of attacks to even find out if it does. I can get Thundering Blows on him. That would not be bad at all. Oh, this is ranged weapon. Yeah, I think... Wait, what was this? Brutality incarnate. Oh yeah, just natural weapons. Okay. Thundering Blows. There we go. Take some of this loot. This large stone with candles is covered with Baphomet symbols. It seems that the cultists use it for an altar. And this is like a throne. Very crude. The stone throne that the cultists directed for Woljif does not look very comfortable. No, it's literally just a couple of rocks put together. Of course it's not very comfortable. Okay. Beware the succubus. She can compel your party members to fight against you. Oh, but I like the succubus in my party. Not all succubi or something. So wait, where did the core of the riddle? Wait, what's this? Oh, there's the Heart of Mystery, okay. So where did he want us to go? Scribbling by a bend in the river. Okay, all the way up there. Right. That might take a bit. Let me just check the armies. I don't think you can do much. I'm very doubtful of taking down this army with what I've got here, because these are just stragglers, really. But we can try. We can try. Rift Drakes. Okay. That's fine. Oh, because they don't have a commander, they don't have... Right, okay. Okay, that could be a problem. No, that definitely is a problem. Okay. I'll have to reload. One v one me, bro. He's definitely winning. Right, okay. So don't do that. At least not without a commander. Or like a... What's the word? General? Yeah, okay. So you just stay in Dresden then. Let me check here. Maybe he wants to talk. Okay. Count Ernday's prank has earned Irabeth's displeasure, so she's asked the commander for an audience. And vagrants. A crown of the destitute, the sick, and the feeble-minded has arrived in Dresden, and they are asking to be admitted. Their lives are rough, they have no place where they belong, and they wish to die as heroes, at the very least. But the Crusaders do not wish to fight side by side with these vagrants either. Send them to Mandev, set up a hospital, give them work on the home front, accept them into the army. I'm not sure. I guess set up a hospital? Weren't we already building a hospital? Richelieu sets up a hospital for the poor souls in Dresden. The healers care for the sick and they help the supply units in gratitude. Okay. Material points income increased by 1. That's not terrible. So annoying when you have to sneeze, but it takes a bit before it actually happens. Okay. Development, economy, Commander's Parade. Glory to the heroes. Relics. Okay, so... Crusade morale increases. Warriors stuck in the middle of nowhere fighting vicious monsters here to have to remember why they're fighting and what they are sacrificing their lives for. Okay, increases morale. I mean, morale is already quite high, so it's not really necessary. Commander's Parade. A solemn military parade honoring the commander will raise her glory and attract new volunteers under her command. The cost of recruiting mercenary units reduced by 7.5%. Materials point income reduces by 25% for 30 days. Okay. Can do some work on the relic. But which one do I want? So, Crest of the Fallen Knights. Chilroar's Hidden Tusks. Unholy Symbol of Rovagug. Let's do the Crest of the Fallen Knight. 5 days? Actually, is it all 5 days? It is. Okay. Let's do this one. And then Glory to the Heroes. I guess it takes 5 days. That's... Oh, this is repeatable. Do I have anything else that requires leadership? Not really. Yeah, that's fine. Issue decree. There we go. Okay. Let's go to Winter Sun. And then after that we can go back to Dresden. I feel like this is going to be one of, if not the longest series I've ever done because it's so long. It's ridiculously long.
I'm glad I was useful to you.
Although the blight has consumed certain plants, some magic is protecting the area and preventing the decay from spreading. Okay. The camp is abandoned, but there are no signs of struggle anywhere. The tracks indicate that the Crusaders left willingly. Okay, but why would they leave? And where would they go? Okay, Swindon. Oh right, I should probably saddle you up. At least if I could. Nice, he's on the ground. Beautiful.
Cover me, all right?
for me.
I will resist.
Okay.
Die!
Oh, I'm fatigued. Oh, we're all... Well, most of us are fatigued. Oh, damn it. Okay, that's fine.
The light, take you!
Okay, that's a lot of attacks.
Stab you or zap you? Why not both?
Nice.
Prepare yourself.
Nice. That's fine.
Let's hear you cry.
Into the fray!
And done. There we go.
Battles await.
Okay, saddle up.
No reason to pause.
Saddle up. There we go. The horse. The horse clearly belonged to the missing crusaders. That's not good. Can we make camp here? Because I don't like being fatigued. Now you can try. If I lose my sword, I have lost a tool. If I betray my heart, I have died. The words of our code never fail to amaze me. It's like I always knew them in my heart, long before I found my faith in the Omade. Okay, well, that's fine. No incidents. No, I'm so sniffly right now. Stretching sinuously, Wonderwork says with affected displeasure, "The cold up here on the surface of yours is even worse than back in the caves. Fall asleep in cold like that and you might not wake up again. What a stupid and inglorious way to die, freezing curled up in your bedroll, instead of perishing in bloody battle. That's why back home I made sure never to sleep alone. The look the hunters gives you is heavy with promise. Contrary to her word, she seems alert and unaffected by the chill. Do you want me to give you a warmer blanket?" The huntress answers with a smile that's both sweet and shameless. "It doesn't matter what you use to cover yourself in bed. What matters is who you share your bed with. The warmth of another body works better than any fabric or fur." Are you trying to say that you need someone to warm you up with a kiss? Ugh, no, anything but that. This habit of your kind, licking each other's mouths, it's disgusting. It's definitely not what I want. Oh, fair. It's a bit of a weird thing, anyway. I can't help you with that right now. Wanduak nods playfully. It's alright, I can wait. When you start feeling lonely, just let me know. Okay, Wanduak. Okay. I'm having all these characters flirting with me and I'm like, I don't know.
Move out.
What do you want from me?
Desna, guide my hand.
Oh, I thought that was already dead. Oh, I feel bad. Oh, the poor cubs. I thought it was just a dead bear with 2 dead bear cubs, but the bear cubs aren't dead. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry, Mons. I didn't mean to, I promise. I mean, now I have to, because they're gonna attack me otherwise.
Beg me to stop. Got it.
Looks like the bear was killed using magic, and ice magic at that. Wait, ice magic? That's an
Head
odd one.
on.
Do not fear.
Hi?
Waver.
Hello? Neutral evil plants. Good and slashing. Electricity cold. Okay. Vulnerable to fire. That makes sense.
No match for me.
I cannot even believe that. You don't know what the word cub means? It's like a small, like a bear cub is just a child, a bear's child, right? Like small bear. Yeah, like a baby bear. Or, yeah. It was an accident. I thought they were already dead, and I just wanted to check on them. And instead, because I clicked, Wenduak instantly shot one and then murdered it. And I was like, oh, that wasn't my intention. Wait, did you not? Oh, I didn't memorize new spells. I hate that mechanic so much. Why don't they just let me know? Just let me know. That's all. Like, oh, you have some spell slots that are unfilled. Would you like to fill them? Yes. Please. Stupid. Okay. I really don't know why it doesn't tell you. That seems like such a simple thing. Where's my... Oh. What the hell? Why is it uneven? There we go, okay. Had to fiddle around with my keyboard a bit. Right. Oh, it wasn't my desk, it was my keyboard. Ow. Didn't even work. Charge. Nice. Timber.
Out of my sight.
Make your peace.
There we go. 67 damage. Oh my god. My dog is too strong.
Together?
Also, please mount up again because I keep forgetting. Okay. Boots.
This is my kind of work.
Someone brings flowers to the statue regularly. Some bouquets are dry, others are a little wilted. Okay. Stephen, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome everyone. How was the Stardew Valley board game? Hi Alice, welcome. There you go. Did you win? Did you do it? Marzi, welcome. Okay, let's see. Statue.
See?
Inscription
I'm
is
indispensable.
in Hallet. The language of Altar Course says, may you be forever joyful, Lady of the Sun. Okay.
I lead, you follow.
I do want to stay joyful, that seems good. This is not so joyful though. The Crusaders being on spikes. It's not exactly my idea of joy. The mutilated body undoubtedly belongs to one of the missing Crusaders. His killers didn't even bother to strip him of his gear. The blood and charring almost conceal the heraldic symbols of the Crusade on the dead man's armor. They can still be made out.
Pay attention.
It's not great. Yeah, we're playing some Pathfinder, as you might have noticed. We're trying to find missing Crusaders. We found them. They're just dead. So now it's probably we want to take revenge on whatever killed them. But yeah, I hope your stream was good, Stephen. And of course, if people aren't following Stephen, go say hi. Well, go follow them. He's great. Very chill. Oh,
I will
there's
resist.
a tree. There's an evil tree.
I'll rip you apart.
But yeah, did you manage to win your game?
Run
I hope
and
you did.
flew.
Wait, disease? Tainted sap. You want to start your board game? Nice. The first run was non-canon, of course. It never is. Blighted plants pulp and sap are rife with disease. Oh, it's with the bite attack. 1 point of strength damage, 1 point of dexterity damage. 1 minute later, the affected creature must succeed at a second save at the same DC or be nauseated and take 1d6 points of strength damage and 1d6 points of dexterity damage. Okay. That's
Prepare yourself.
quite bad. Do you have a cure disease here? You should do somewhere. I mean, that is poison. I mean, this is restoration. That's not... Delay poison, neutralize poison. But it's a disease, it's not poison. deal with it? I guess I can use a scroll. Do I? I should have a scroll. Scroll of remove disease. I mean, is it worth it? I don't know. On 5? Oh, that's remove sickness. Yeah, but that doesn't. Oh wait, it does give. Oh, it gives a bonus to saving throws. Yeah, that's actually good. Okay. So then, how long does that last? Okay, more than the other spell. Good, good. We'll
Distract
just
them
stab
from
him.
me.
The inheritor, guide my blade.
This thing is hard to hit. There we go. The main challenge was finding artifacts that would fill the museum. Oh, that is a difficult thing to do in the board game.
No magic.
Why are there so many treants? Are the treants that killed my people? Maybe?
I'll rip you apart. Out of my way!
Well, it's dead. Robin! Thank you for the raid. We're fighting some trees at the moment. Let me give you a shout out. There you go. How was God of War? Merlin! Welcome and happy birthday! Happy birthday! Have the trees gone to war? Sort of. I don't know why the trees are alive over here. But they are very annoying.
No glory without risk.
Why can't you hit from here? Surely you can shoot from here. That doesn't make sense. Why would you not be able to shoot up from here? Silly Richelet. Go. Okay. You've got this. Murder. Fell over again. Just keep knocking them over. Easy. I will even put grease there because why not? Just to be even more annoying to this poor tree.
Desna, guide my hand.
I will see to your demise.
This tree just doesn't know what's happening anymore. It's like, why am I being bullied?
Let's hear you cry.
My tail is restless.
Okay. So, where does this lead? Oh, insane half-elf. What a name. A huge tree entirely turned to stone. Its surface reveals ancient runes written in an unknown language. Mix together calamus and sedge. Wait 5 years, 5 moons, and 5 days until the serpent ascends the staircase. Have patience, and you will at last behold as the fish soars into the clouds. The half-elf is still relatively young, but the hardship she has borne have turned her into a crone. Her long hair is grey and tangled, her face is sunken, her teeth are rotting in her mouth. She hobbles around the petrified tree, trailing her broken fingernails over the carved runes and mumbling nonsense under her breath. Who are you exactly? Dragging her gaze away from the rune, she looks at you, and you see a barely there spark of sanity in her glazed eyes. Who am I? I'm I don't remember. Doesn't matter. She focuses again on the pattern of the stone runes. On the 10th day after the winter solstice, break branches of rowan. Do not touch yew or ash. Let me take you somewhere safe. This is my place here, where the roads rise up to the sky. The roots intertwine with the winds of the heavens. Here, where truth has turned to stone, life has merged with death. Here. So we can just attack, but no. Paying you no mind, the half-elf continues mumbling disjointed phrases and running her fingers over the petrified bark. Oak does not lie. Elm never tells the truth. Heed not the blackthorn's words. Understanding the yew will come with time. Okay. So what was that journal thing? The soldiers from the patrol troop are dead. Their bodies were discovered in the valley south of Dresden in some kind of shrine. By all accounts, it looks like the soldiers were killed as a sacrifice. There seems to be a settlement nearby. Answers and the killers may be found there. Yeah, okay. Well, it was nice meeting you, insane half-elf. Apparently that's your name, according to the game, so we're gonna call you that. Oh god, more of them. Okay.
You need me.
Stabbers.
The light take you!
Make your peace.
Okay.
Precision and grace.
Run them through.
Time to share your treasures.
The inheritor, guide my blade!
Spike growth might be a bit much. Yeah, that's movement as well. They're not gonna move that much.
I will resist.
Nope. Okay. Darren. Are these even... do they count as... they're just plants, okay.
I'll make short work of this.
You've got a lot of games to play, but you play the same games for, since 20 years of... I play a lot of similar games, but I don't actually play the same games very often.
Kill is for you. Out of my way.
Ow. Ow. Oh god.
No.
You okay there, Roger?
Cover me, all right?
Miss. Miss. Can't? Okay.
No glory without risk.
Prepare yourself.
Heal. Nice.
No match for me. Die!
There we go.
Move out.
Okay. So, are you still... Okay, you still have that. That's fine.
Oh, the waiting's never fun.
Remove sickness from Hans. There you go. Okay, so there's a lot of evil trees around here. I don't know why. But it might have to do with the people that killed my crusaders. Oh. Hi. Deep-rooted derangements. Bear? Animals in this forest have worked out how to survive in the wound, but they've also lost their mind in the process. Only one animal is suspiciously sanguine, a giant bear that has been observing the commander from the dense undergrowth. Perhaps its lair holds the answer to the mystery. This place has a lot to it. Ah.
They will break against our
Okay,
resolve.
Smilodon, Smilodon. Time for Modality to kill the last sane bear? No, I'm not gonna kill. Why do you think I'm gonna kill the bear? That's not
Desna,
true.
guide my hand.
No! Just because I killed some bear cubs by accident doesn't mean I'm gonna kill the bear too, okay? It happened once. It was one time.
Out of my sight.
Just the one.
Here you try.
Oh. Twice, but who keeps count? No, it happened by accident once. And then the other bear cub, like, was angry and started fighting me, so I had to put that down too.
The light. Take you.
That's not my fault.
They'll beg me to stop.
Make your peace.
Distract them for me.
Okay.
I will see to your demise.
Run them through.
Yeah, I know Hans is poisoned. Thern stands still at the edge of the water. It suddenly struck me. I've set off on this grand adventure, but I've yet to witness that classic scene from legends and love ballads. The beautiful woman or handsome man erotically bathing under the streams of a waterfall. Darren casts a teasing glance at you. This freshwater pool is the closest thing to a waterfall we've seen and ever shall see in the World Wound. So fancy reenacting that scene for me, Mads. um. God. It's a little cold for that. Besides, there could be wild animals and who knows what other hostile creatures. Push Darren into the water. Stage all yours. I am so tempted to do this. I can't promise the erotic part, but I'd love to go for a dip. Yeah, let's push Darren into the water. Throwing like a sailor, Darren leaps out onto the bank and teeters on the edge of the pool, water streaming off him. That was not erotic bathing. That was the coldest bloody water I've ever been in. I adore bathing, but I much prefer hot water, I must admit. Hot water that is uninhabited by fish or frogs or anyone else. I suppose I wouldn't appreciate bathing in a real waterfall after all. I doubt there are any heated waterfalls in this world. I've come face to face with harsh reality. Before now, it never even crossed my mind how ridiculous all those ballads are. I guess that worked, sort of. Okay, so nauseated. Can you deal with the nausea here? I'll just do this. There we go. Skin them, collect all. Okay, we leveled up. Let's do this. Raise animal companion. Okay. Functions like resurrection instead of raise dead, but otherwise operates as normal. Nice. So if our pet happens to die in combat, we can bring them back. Each time the creature successfully strikes an opponent with a natural attack, each consecutive hit against the same opponent deals extra damage equal to the number of previous consecutive hits you've made against that opponent this turn. The damage is multiplied on a critical hit. That's not amazing, is it? Spike growth. Let's do Pox Pustules. Why not? When you cast this on a creature, its skin turns slick and clammy and is able to regenerate damage each round. The creature gains fast healing 5, fire resistance 20, and +2 competence bonus to its combat maneuver defense, which is pretty good. Ooh, animal growth. Twice its normal size and 8 times its normal weight. Alteration changed the animal size category to the next largest. Oh, Wait, can I have giant doggo? Oh my god. I want the biggest dog. Aspect of the wolf. Oh, wait. If I do this, I can make a trip combat maneuver as a swift action. I don't understand my stream's title. Well, we're in Act 3 of the game. That's really all it is. Judgment makes the Inquisitor resistant to harm. Okay. So we got some new judgments. It's not bad.
No
But the main one
stands in my way.
I'm wanting to use is this one. But we can't do it yet. We need to rest first. Okay, fighter. Oh no, not that one. This one. Clustered shots. On the left side there's an area you can extend to get more rooms to play spells. Like this. Because I don't like this. I don't like the bar being here. The first time I saw it, I was already disgusted by it, and I've not seen it since. Or not wanted to use it since. Because I don't know what it is about the positioning. I don't like it. I just don't like that it's there. I can't help that. I just don't like it. It's why I keep it there all the time. Oh yeah, I know of it. I've known of it since Act 1. Very early on Act 1. Favorite enemy? Okay, this is good. Archery, longbow. Point blank master. Oh, that's quite good, yeah. That's good. Favorite enemy undead, that's fine. And favorite enemy demons of magic, also fine. New spells. Nice. Oljif. Advanced talents. Ooh. What are advanced talents? Dragon's Breath. Yes. And Volcanic Storm. Okay, so all right, okay. So I don't know what to do now. I guess we continue on.
Head on!
A young deer. no, I'm not going to attack the young deer.
I lead, you follow.
Ferocious Smilodon. It's not actually doing anything. Interesting. Greater Direboar. Wait, they're not fighting me though. Uh-oh, that one is. Uh-oh.
They are the darkness.
More boars.
I'll rip you apart.
Okay.
Precision and grace.
Out of my way!
The animals don't like me. I don't know why. Ow.
I will resist.
Wait. Wasn't it that... Oh, it's a composite short bow. Oh, shit. Okay, that's why. Okay. So she automatically got the longbow thing. But she's using a short bow. Okay.
The inheritor. Guide my blade.
Alright, for your information. It's like, just so you know, that type of thing.
Time to share your treasures. Ha!
No match for me.
Okay, let's heal. Nice. And then kill this one. There you go. Skin all the things.
Onwards.
Okay, so animals attacking me, but not all of them. Like this boar is fine. The deer are fine, so some of them just don't like me, I guess. There's a standing stone.
Trivial.
Honor the old, guard the young, and stand with those whose prime has come. There's a cave. Nothing else here. I guess we're going into the cave. Let's save first. Okay. There's a bunch of Smilodons just laying there. I don't know if I like that. Roan's letter. The letter has been carefully kept in an oiled leather bag, but the years have not been kind to it. The paper is so fragile that it's almost crumbling in your hands. To Sonoa the Seer. Soana the Seer, rather. Mother, this is my last letter. I hope the Raven delivered it safely. The decision has been made. We are leaving for the south, for Gundren, further away from the Whirlwind. I beg you, come with us. You turned down my last requests, and I don't know this person you've become. Where did this pride come from? Before, you were wise and fair. Can it be that the spirits of the abyss have reached the good spirits of our forest and twisted your mind as well? I don't care what happens to this place. I only want you to live. Mother, I was told you crafted yourself a special amulet to subdue spirits. Does that mean you want to bind the spirit from the abyss by imprisoning it in the body of an animal? You know your powers are not what they were. You won't manage it alone. Even if you do, nothing good will come of this abominable ritual. Please come with us. Your children and grandchildren need you. The wild animals in this deranged forest do not. We will wait for you at the pass until the 10th day of the month. Your loving daughter, Rowan. Okay, so I guess, is that the elf? Like the insane elf that we talked to? Is that the mom? Maybe.
Over there.
And she... Oh, Cloak of Resistance +4, not bad. She bound the spirit of a demon to an animal? I guess? Bit of a crazy thing to do. There you go.
Move out.
Treasure.
Pretty good, aren't I?
Ooh, some bracers? Veteran marksman bracers. Whenever the wearer of these bracers lands a hit with a ranged weapon on an enemy who is prone, stunned, or staggered, the enemy must pass a fortitude saving throw, DC 23, or its current condition is prolonged for 1 round. Interesting. I will give this to you. Okay, there's nothing else there. There's more Smilodons. Oh. Oh no, never mind, it's a dwarven woman. Okay, so what is the insane elf about then? If this is the person they were talking about. Oh well. An old dwarf woman so ancient that she looks like she's been carved from a piece of gnarled driftwood stands in the middle of the cave. The only decoration visible among her filthy rags is a clay medallion in the shape of a complicated knot. Without a word, she touches the Smilodon in front of her. The tremors slowly leave the animal's body and its eyes clear. The Smilodon inclines its head as if in thanks and leaves the cave. The old woman raises her head, noticing you, but her gaze never settles on anything for long. You're here. The hunter going from body to body has reached this place, but also the great bear will not leave you in peace. He will make you pay for every animal. Leave. You reek of blood. Oh, is that because I'm... Oh, is that because of the cubs? Is it because of the cubs? Is that why the animals attacked me? Because I accidentally killed the cubs. The other animals were like, you killed our friends, and then they attacked me. Oh. Soana? The old woman shudders, her gaze looking through you into the distance. Soana, yes, yes. In Sakuras they called her Soana the Wise, Soana the Seer. They brought her gifts, sought her counsel. What would you ask her if you met her? Why didn't you go with your daughter? Soana the Seer, running to Godrun with her tail between her legs. No, I could not leave. Let others hide behind the walls of their cities. This forest is my life, my chapel. Even if I could have made it through the wound and gone south, no, out of the question. How could I look my children in the eye? Their foolish mother who tried to fight the world wound alone and lost? No, that will never happen. Tell me about the forest. The woman sighs wistfully, and a bright, sweet smile dawns on her face. Our forest in its glory days was a sight to behold. Crowds would come from the cities and villages for the Sun Festival to watch the shamans perform the rites in the Meadow of Spirits. We would sing and the forest would answer us, the voices blending with the voices of hundreds of people, and peace reigned over all. And when night fell, the mead flowed like a river, and young men and women jumped over the bonfire. Lucky was the one who caught sight of the great Orso, silently cutting his path through the forest. The first summer flowers would spring up wherever he stepped. Corvin laid a wreath of those flowers on my head, and I became his wife. I washed my children in the holy spring in the Meadow of Spirits, and they grew up healthy and strong. This forest was my land. The great Orso came at my call. Where is it all now? Where? What did you do to the Smilodon? A sickened spirit, a sorrow-filled spirit has settled in the Smilodon. But why does the blood-soaked hunter need to know that? Does the hunter look them in the eye when she kills them? Does she understand their fear? They come to us and we give them comfort, but a hunter can give nothing but death. Go away. Well, even the game judges me, I know. How have you and the forest managed to survive in the midst of the whirlwind? The master of the forest protects his domain. Master of the forest, Orso the Terrible, is our guardian. So it has always been and always will be. Do you know where to find the giant bear's lair? The old woman gives a deranged chuckle. The hunter asks us where to find Brother Bear's home. Everywhere. It is everywhere. He is master of this forest. Great Orso we call him. Now it is Orso the Terrible. But while the soul of the forest lives, there's still hope. Hope of what? No, we must not say. The master of the forest protects us. We do it all ourselves. We do not need anyone. Be gone, bloody hunter, be gone. I'll leave you in peace, I guess.
Head on!
But I need to find out where the bear is. Will she not tell me because... it must be because I killed the bear cubs, even though I didn't intend to. And now I kind of want to reload to before that even happened, but I did too many things since then that I really don't want to. It's too much time. Too much time lost. Oh, well, the bear is here, I guess. Hi, bear. I was trying to look for you, but immunity is death. Great. It has the mansion door. Okay, you can just teleport. Teleporting bear. What am I looking for? This 37. That's still doable. It's high, but it's doable.
Next.
There you go. Trip. Yeah, we rolled a 42. We actually get a plus 28. Yeah, no. He's gonna fall over every time.
Prepare yourself. Desna, guide my hand.
Okay. Unable to withstand the blow, Orso drops to the ground. He's still alive, but his strength is dwindling. Noticing your continued proximity, he bares his teeth and snarls as if he's trying to say something. Look the bear in the eye. The bear's small eyes convey malice, but also wariness, like you're seeing a defeated opponent before you and not a wild animal. There's a spark of intelligence in that gaze, not just hate, but also pain. The bear looks at his scarred and parasite-ridden body. One particular spot draws the eye, a brand marked with an intricate design, the same one as on the shaman's medallion. Examine the body. The bear's fur is matted and infested with parasites, and numerous scars cover the bear's body. One particular spot... Yeah, okay. What did Soana do to you? Upon hearing the name, the bear freezes, then raises his head and unleashes a long drawn-out howl, full of yearning and pain. Okay, so... it's obviously suffering. Like, if I show it mercy... like, is that the right option here? Because it's parasite ridden, it's like constantly suffering because of whatever the shaman did. What if I show mercy? I'm not sure. I don't know. Like, on one hand, I feel like killing it would be a mercy, in a sense. I will show mercy. Orso seems to understand the look in your eyes. He stops growling, closes his eyes, and breathes heavily. Okay. And then we tell the shaman, like, we fought Orso, he's fine, but, what the fuck? What did you do? The shaman's got some things to answer for. The old woman gives you a hostile look. Her face holds no trace of her former madness. You're back. I sense the pain of the abyss spirit that is linked to Orso and its weakness. If it dies, the foul poison of the corpse will seep into the tree roots. Creatures from the other side will come, and nothing will be left but a toxic wasteland. But you don't care about my forest, so why is Orso still alive? Well, I do care. That's the thing. I do care. I think we can still save him. The old woman laughs. It's an abyss spirit in the body of a bear. You pity that unholy creature? Then why not also pity all the other creatures that are destroying everything you hold dear? What makes this spirit different to them? For centuries, I've watched mortals be drawn into the same game with demons and lose every single time. But you are truly wise, old shaman. How could you have done something so foolish? Surely you're wise enough to understand that there is no such thing as a deal with the abyss where the mortal does not lose. Have you mortals no sense at all? I saw a mark left by your medallion on the bear's pelt. The old woman crosses her arms over her chest. Yes, Orso the Terrible is my creation. I used this medallion to control an evil spirit of the abyss after linking it to the sacred bear. And I forced the spirit to serve good by linking our lives together. What happened to him? It has lived for centuries in a bear's body, ancient as the forest itself. It ensured that the trees grow tall and the flowers bloomed. It ensured the deer had grass to eat and the skeletons enough deer meat. But the natural order has been broken. I had to do something, and I did it. The kind Orso that was known in Sarkoris is gone forever, but the guardian of the forest remains. thank you for the hydrate, Zelda. I can go and finish him off. What will happen then? The old woman shrugs. I will mourn also, but life must continue. That is the law of things. This place is full of spirits of the abyss. They fly around aimlessly, driving the forest spirits mad. I will set them to work to replace our ancestor, our protector. And I will bind as many abyssal creatures as my strength can manage. Darren gives the old woman a harsh, malicious smirk. It turns my stomach whenever I see smug masters of fate such as you. Do you think you have the right to do whatever you want to other people? Do you think it's funny to take a living creature and thrust some disembodied spawn from the abyss inside it? I hope you burn along with every tree in this precious forest you were supposedly trying to protect. Either you don't understand what you're doing here or you're just crazy. Do spirits of the abyss wreak as much evil as demons do? The old woman sighs in irritation. Yes, they are just as evil. The spirits of the abyss are abominations. The forest spirits fear them to the point of madness. They seek refuge from their madness by possessing wild animals. You saw what that looks like. You saw how I separate them. But in every moment of suffering there is hope. By separating them, I learned how to bind them. You need to free him. The old woman gives you a scathing look. You can kill me, a weak old woman, but I won't give in. I serve the forest spirits, I don't serve you. Well... I don't want to break something that's working. I've had enough of you in this place. I'd rather die right now than see my forest slowly die in agony. The shaman is so old that she cannot put up a fight. Instead, she tightly squeezes her medallion, which cracks in a withered fist. I mean... yeah, she's dead. Like... she can't actually put up a fight. Yeah, that's why I fought her, because I'm like, I'm not gonna say that. Even though I'm chaotic, I'm like, that's not right.
Here you come.
I have standards, you know? Oh. Up. Okay. Bye or so, I guess. I don't know. That's killing everyone today. I mean, yes. Isn't that every day? No, no, I don't. No, I don't want to attack the Smilodon. That was almost another bad thing happening right there. Oh god.
Head on.
Okay. Well, we saved the forest, I guess? Or doomed it, I'm not sure. One of the two.
Into the fray!
Okay. Ow.
Run them through.
Make your peace.
Have a good lurk, Sada.
Assist me at once.
God. Darren is not having a good time here. Yep, okay. F Darren.
I can't die now. I'm not nearly rich enough.
The inheritor, guide my blade.
Oh god. Okay, this fight is a lot more difficult than I envisioned.
Out of my way.
I will resist.
I'll rip you apart.
Okay.
The light take you.
God.
Why am I no? Not like this. Die!
There you go.
Prepare yourself.
This is not good. Okay. Ow. Okay, big boy.
Let's hear you cry.
The bigger they are, the harder they fall, or something like that.
Please help me.
Okay. Miss. Miss. Oh my god.
Someone
Yeah,
save
okay.
me.
prey.
God, these guys are awful. Like, they're so difficult to hit.
Them through.
Yeah, I might have to. This might actually be the first combat I fail.
No glory without risk.
Because everyone is down. The only one still up is Sela, and she doesn't do any damage. Like, I can still get up and do something, I guess.
Die.
Nope. Even the standard bear is 31 AC. Ridiculous. I'm just reloading. That's insane. Considering how simple the fight with that forest protector was, the big bear, and then you go into this fight and you're like, okay. Jeez, calm down.
What's that?
Pretty good, aren't I?
Defend my dream.
No match for me.
Irimos Hadisi.
Okay.
Irimos Hadisi.
Okay. That's really bad. What the hell?
Let's hear you.
Die already.
Okay, well, that was good. Instantly kill one of them.
Cover me, alright?
Stab. 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 You do a nice chunky heal on Podjip. Ursula, kill this.
I will resist.
Thank you. Ooh. That was good, okay.
The inheritor. Guide my blade.
Okay. Ow. Ow.
Why am I so weak?
Okay.
No,
Yeah,
not
Windwalk
like
is
this.
down. Ow. Darren. Just.
Assist me.
Okay, you're
at
fine.
once.
Run them through.
Get them.
Stab you or zap you. Why not both?
There we go. Then you go over here and do a nice heal. There we go. That should be a lot better, and then we can take care
Prepare
of
yourself.
these damn rangers.
Into the fray.
Underdog. Stand up.
I'll rip you apart.
Shoot this druid.
Beg me to
Nice.
stop. Oh my death. No.
Oh my god, Windwalk is down again. That's fine. God, these rangers are the worst.
Out of my way.
Knock them on the ground.
Distract them from me.
Then again, go here and do melee heal. Beautiful.
Desna, guide my hand.
No glory without risk.
Nice. Underdog, stand up.
No match for me.
Shoot
I'll
this.
rip you apart.
Tactical retreat.
Oh my god. The critical hit at the end, that's just rude. We could have had it without any proper casualties, but no. But no. Wait. Why are we still... Hello? What's happening? Why are we still in combat? Oh, this bear?
Out of my sight!
Make your peace.
Well,
I welcome your company.
yeah, we don't have greater restoration, so we can't really do that. That's okay.
Magritium Turinois. Magritium Turinois.
At least we did manage to kill them. That was a rough fight. Hide armor +1. Master break swords.
A bright future awaits us.
Composite longbow +1. Still leather, ring protection. The illustrious sweep. Ooh. Band of inspired wisdom. Okay, that's the same. So what is this illustrious sweep? This one. Whenever this +3 radiant sickle lands a hit, the target must make a successful fortitude saving throw, DC 20, or become blinded for 1d4 rounds. Okay. That's pretty good.
Don't even try
You
to
don't
gloat.
recognize the runes carved on the stone. Oh.
Move out.
This is my kind of work.
Studded armor of Trinity. This +3 studded leather grants the wearer DR3/dash. Ooh. I mean, yeah. You can have this. Looks nice. Oh, look at how cool Wenduag is now. With those glasses and the armor. Very cool. So hip and trendy. Okay, so there's an area exit here. Which is kind of odd because the area is so big. This is the forest area with the cave. Is there much more to this? Is that all there is to it? Oh. There's babaus and, well, one babau and a bunch of peasants. Guess we can go around here and maybe see what's up with that. There must be a way to that area.
See? I'm indispensable.
When gazing at the stars, do not forget to look at what is right in front of you. I'll try not to forget.
Magritium Turinos.
Oh, they saved.
Let's hear you cry.
The inheritor, guide my blade.
Okay, these don't stand a chance, do they?
They'll beg me to stop.
I will resist.
Oh, he did a sneak attack. That was kind of rude.
I will see to your demise.
Time to share your treasures.
Run them through.
The light, take you.
Do.
No match for
There we
me.
go. No problem at all.
I lead.
Okay,
you
so there
follow.
is a treasure here.
This is my kind of work.
Oh, orb double axe. Sequence of murder. What a name. Whenever this +3 double axe lands a hit with its head, if the next attack with the tail also lands a hit, it deals an additional 1d12 slashing damage. Oh. Interesting. So wait, how does that work then? Do double axes just mean you... so you hit with one end and then with the other? How does that... I guess? I don't know. I'm assuming that just automatically happens. What is this? Oh, there's loot up there. While this item is active, all creatures summoned by the wearer get 1 extra attack per round. However, the wearer is under the slow spell effect. Okay, why is that here? And why can I...
Pay attention.
How dare you steal from the dead knights of Sarkoris? Return my whip or you will know my wrath. Okay. I mean, it's not that great anyway. I honestly don't really care for your whip.
Onward! They will break against our resolve.
Out of my way!
Cover me, all right?
Okay, Darren, just move over there. Urshley.
Prepare yourself.
Nice. Wonderwall. Oh,
Into the fray!
I can't die now. I'm not nearly. It's all your fault.
okay, we'll just stop getting hurt so much. It really isn't a good look, you know?
Patricium Turinos.
Desna, guide my hand.
There's a cave there too. Lots of caves. Many caves. What's in the cave? Mushrooms. And a guy. Morvag. Oh wait! You see, young crusader from the Everbright Crusaders. Commander, my name is Morvag. You might remember me? Or my mentor, Siar? Thank the gods you're here. I need help. An old temple of Gorum is here, in this cave. I've come here for a weapon, a powerful weapon. It's a sword and it's stored down there. Master Siar would never agree to use it, but that's why I came here without him. Believe me, this relic will be very useful for fighting demons, but I can't get it alone. I need your help. Are you alright? You notice the young man's pale and sweating face, but his voice is firm. I'm alright, Commander. Don't worry about me. Why do you need my help? There's a demon up ahead, a huge, horrible monster who I could never defeat by myself. The beast gobbled up my guide in one go. Help me kill the monster. Word is that you know the power of nature and the secrets of the wilderness better than anyone. This land is not what it used to be, but I hope that its mysteries reveal themselves to you just the same. What kind of weapon are you looking for? It's called the Fang of Malice. It's a sword devoted to Gorum. A long time ago, in the times of Sarkoris, his shrine used to stand here. The Fang is the perfect weapon. With it, the Crusaders will be invincible. Okay, it's like the god of battle. Yeah, okay. If Siar was here, he'd tell you to go back to Dresden. Will you come back with me? No, how did you come to know this place? I am a Khalid. This place used to belong to my family. Or rather, my family took care of this shrine of Gorum. We were a clan of warriors. When we had to flee, we passed the memory of this shrine down through generations. Mothers would whisper to their babes the magic words to bring the lost relic back, so that those children wouldn't forget those words even on their deathbed. Of course, I didn't know exactly where to look for the temple. I hired a guide. The demon finished him off in a split second, and I had to retreat in disgrace. I'll kill it. I'm sorry, but I can't help you. I'm not strong enough for this fight. My Gorum bless you with his power. Morvek holds his talisman tightly, a straw wolf figure. He closes his eyes and begins to chant. Rumgerbar Toran Kta Gorum Lak. Okay. Thanks for the blessing, I guess. I don't know what you just were saying, but I'm sure it was something good.
Oh, skip the pleasantries.
Maybe.
Patricium Turino. Patricium Turino.
Okay. So there's a demon somewhere.
Trivial.
If you read all the admonitions, seek the reward in the heart of the stone. If you read all the admonitions, seek your reward in the heart of the stone. I guess this is the demon he was talking about? A Drakni? Drakni Devastator? AC 30. Okay, that's gonna be a bit of an issue, but nothing too bad. Oh, it's saved against everything. Okay. Cloud kill, sure. Why not?
No match for me. Make your peace.
Okay. Sure, jolt it. Okay, Cloud Kill is annoying.
Pashani Zavitur.
They'll beg me to stop.
Come on.
Let's hear you cry.
I will resist.
Stab you or zap you? Why not both?
No. we still have... No, you don't. Okay.
Magritio, Turinos.
Nice crits. Knock him on the ground. Nope. Oh. Good damage, but we didn't knock him on the ground.
The Inheritor, guide my blade.
Prepare yourself.
One more. No. Woljif, finish him off.
Distract them from me.
There you go. Got him. You defeated him. Follow me. The temple is very near.
Please, allow me.
I'm here.
Missed me already.
Where else would I be?
Magritio, Turinos.
I don't steal. I encourage people to save the poor, helpless
Smile.
tieflings around the
world's
world.
not ending.
Magritio, Turinos.
Okay. I think that's pretty good. Oh, it's just reduced by 5. Oh god, it's still pretty bad. How long does that last? Permanent, yeah, okay. How bad is it for everyone? So I don't have any. You don't have any. -1. -1. Oh, Mahons, I forgot to level you up. Okay, I probably forgot to level up the dog as well then. Oops.
All this waiting bores me.
And you have -1, 2. Okay, so the worst one is Woljif, definitely.
Rules are made to be broken.
Let's just
Magritio,
restore him a little bit
Turinos.
more. There you go. Amulet of Mighty Fists +1. Is that the same one you have? No, you have +2. Okay, well, I was hoping for a better one, not a worse one. And we got Elemental Imbuement. Is that what it's called? Did I say it wrong? No, yeah, Imbuement. Whenever the wearer of this robe suffers elemental damage, for the next round, any spell cast by the wearer, if it deals the same kind of elemental damage, deals +2 damage per dice rolled. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Right now, not very useful because we don't really have spellcasters that deal damage. But that's pretty good.
Head on!
Okay, Shrine of Gorham. I still don't know if I trust him. I guess he did lead us to this shrine. But it's
Trivial.
a bit odd that he's just here. 2 enter, 1 leaves. That is the law of our bloody temple. Rejoice, Gorham, when our blood runs over the stones. That sounds like a fight to the death.
I lead, you follow.
Oh, yep. I'm going by Todan Qatar Gordon Luck. He's big. The young man takes the black sword, his body trembles. Morvek's muscles bulge, they are growing, bulking like froth in a boiling pot. You see a horrible wound on his stomach that the young man was obviously hiding from you. Now there's a gaping, bleeding hole filled with arm-thick snakes, his intestines. Morvek's voice is deep, animal-like. Okay, so I was right not to trust him. The Fang of Malice. The weapon of those who live by war, the weapon blessed by Gorum. The Fang will make its owner a deadly, almost invincible warrior that hungers for battle. A warrior who won't retreat, betray, or desert, for battle will become their reason for living. Man becomes a weapon. CR would say such a transformation is a sin. He doesn't understand, but you will. You will understand what a powerful weapon I'm giving you. I will show you its power. Prepare to fight. Even now, dying, weak, I am invincible. Ramgabar Todan Katar. The giant points the black sword at you. Stop, warrior. Do you think you do not fear death? You simply don't know what it is you should be afraid of. What if you succeed and kill an innocent person? What if you win? Believe me, that is a far worse fate than death. Boy, have you decided to die a hero? Have you thought about the fact that one of us will have to go see your guardian, CR, and tell him that you died fighting against your own side? Did you stop to think that the old man might not be able to bear the news? Did you think of anything at all? You said something in the Keller tongue. What does it mean? This is the language of Sarkoris. Two will enter, one will leave. That's what priests of Gorum used to say when they entered this shrine. Then they conducted a solemn rite and fought to death for his glory. Today we too will please Gorum with a fierce battle. You're wounded, I will help you. The lad gives you a grim smile. Too late. A piece of the Daragni stinger stuck deep in my guts. It's oozing poison. Only skilled healer priests in Dresden can take it out. But I won't make it to the city. Anyway, it's alright. I'm a Kellet. I'm a warrior. I'm not afraid of dying. What is this sword? This is the Fang of Malice. The one who takes it into battle will be devoted to war forever. The sword increases the power of its owner and banishes other thoughts from their mind. Only anger and the desire to fight remain forever. The owner of the Fang will never return home. She will look for more and more battles. Gorum's power comes through the sword, turning the warrior into his servant, invincible and mighty. Can you imagine the good this weapon could do in the war against Worldwound? How about a dozen of them? They forged a lot of them in Sarkoris. You just have to find similar temples and arm your crusaders with them. You've lured me here, why? First, I just wanted to bring the Fang to you in Dresden, but I almost died in my fight with the demon and resigned myself to my fate. But then you came. What a stroke of luck. Madness gleams in Morvek's eyes. I will show you what the Fang of Malice is capable of. You are the commander. You must understand that our war is more important than foolish prejudice. Defeating demons is worth any sacrifice. You want to fight? You will get a fight. Gorum. Okay.
Do not waver.
Okay. He's gonna be strong. He's got a lot of health. 28 AC, 256 health. Okay. He is bleeding though. Okay. Wait, Sila, you're not on the horse anymore. Oh, that's really bad. Saddle up. damage. Ow. God, okay.
Desna, guide my hand.
Right.
I'll rip you
Okay.
apart.
There we go. 9 damage, 20 damage, not bad. Jeff.
Time to share your treasures.
The light take you
Wait, what? You're... Okay.
into the fray.
Oh. Okay, I'm not sure what that was about. Sure.
The inheritor.
At least you're there.
Guide my blade.
Darren. Make sure to... heal Wiljeff.
Patrizio Turino.
There we go. Ow. Ow. Is he just dead?
Bruise.
Oh god. Well, F.
Out of my way.
Make your peace.
No match for me.
Wait, why is Sela on 1 health? What the hell? When did that happen?
No glory without risk.
I don't understand. Okay, do I have a scroll? We can bring his dead corpse to Dresden and then rest there as far as I remember. I mean, yeah, but if I can just... False life, no. I guess I don't have resurrection at all. Oh, there is... Oh god, you don't have... So he does have it. And I also have it. Except we both can't use it because we have addressed it since we got it. Ugh, okay. And because you have to use it... You know what, I'm just reloading. I don't want to deal with him being dead. Even if I can resurrect him by just bringing them back to Dresden, I don't want to deal with it. Yeah. I know. Can I just... Yeah, you can't skip this. He takes a sword. There we go. Okay. I'll just go over here. When do I shoot him?
No match for me.
I should have remembered to actually mount. I did not.
Johnny Savitur.
I will resist.
Nice. Okay. So why did Sia have 1 health earlier? Because she definitely had full health going into the fight, and then she suddenly was on 1 health. It didn't make any sense.
The light take you.
Charge. Critical hit, nice. Okay. Dead. The giant drops to one knee heavily. Something dark, throbbing and disgustingly alive falls out of the wound in his stomach. My wound is too deep. I'm dying. But you saw what I was capable of, even on the verge of death. Many such weapons were made in Sarkoris. The fang of malice, the fang of despair, envy, suffering, futility. All of them are interconnected, just as warriors in a unit are tied by the bonds of brotherhood. Take my sword and give it to the priests. Their prophecy will point you to the other fangs. Arm your crusaders with them and victory will be yours. A tiny object slips out of the giant's hand. A little straw wolf. Give this to CR and tell him I did everything I could. I hope he can forgive me. Convulsions wrecking Morvek's body indicate that the end is near. Got his talisman. The life of one Khalid wretch in exchange for such a powerful weapon? That's not a tragedy, that's a bargain. I'm just gonna say nothing. Avenge us. Avenge Sarkoris. Avenge our ancestors, our deaths, our humiliation, our poverty. Destroy these beasts. All of them. In summary, fled from the guardianship of noble paladins just to die in an ancient dusty dungeon. I feel pity for the boy, but not much. The fury raging in the young man's eyes fades slowly. His body goes limp. And he shrinks immediately. Okay, what is this talisman? Oh, it's just a quest item, I imagine? Yeah. Okay. Oops.
Got it.
Judging by the scraps of moldering clothes, these two dead men were Sarkorian priests of Gorum. Their positions indicate that they died fighting each other. Oh. Full plate +2, Fang of Malice, Belt of Giant Strength +2, Amulet of Natural Armor +2, Ring of Protection +2. Very nice. Very nice. Okay, so you can't. Okay, you already have a Ring of Protection +2. I have +1, so I can get the +2. I already have Physical Flow. This is Physical Form. Dexterity and Constitution. I'll give this to you. I'm on Giant Strength +2. You can have this. Wait. When did we get this? This is very good. Whenever an enemy lands a melee hit on the wearer of this +2 mithril full plate mail, the attacker has to pass a reflex saving throw DC 18 or suffer 1d3 damage to strength. When you killed stunned in vain? Really? Why did I not equip it? I guess I lose Constitution, but still. I think that's worth it. Oh, especially because you get a dex bonus now, don't you? So you get... Yeah, you go from 29 to 31. That is quite good. That is quite good. Okay, and then the sword, we can't really use it. But I want to know what it does. Where is it? Longsword. There. Whenever the wielder of this +3 Furyborn Greatsword is under a rage effect, she doesn't suffer from its usual -2 penalty to AC. Okay. This special ability can only be placed on melee weapons. A Furyborn weapon draws power from the anger and frustration the wielder feels when battling foes that refuse to die. Each time the wielder damages an opponent with the weapon, its enhancement bonus increased by +1 when making attacks against the opponent. Okay, so the more you hit something and it doesn't die, the more damage and stuff you do. Okay. Monster Casserole. Ooh. Grillhild, I know that you have decided to go to Auden. It's your decision, but think about Ranald. Polura will not protect you any better than Gorham will. You keep saying that your family must be together, but will you make it to the temple before the demons catch up to you? If you change your mind, I left enough supplies for you to get back to Mendev. Monster Casserole, copy recipe, nice. Belt of Mighty Constitution +4. Ooh. don't think... I think I'll give this to Mahams. I think the +2 strength doesn't do a lot for you, but the +4 con might. Getting that extra health, you know? You're the chunkiest member of the team. Except for Ruchelet for some reason. Why is the Ruchelet so tanky?
The struggles never cease.
How come she's so tanky? I mean, her constitution is pretty high, but still. Yours is way higher. Where does she get the extra? Ranges of high hit die? I guess. Where does it say how many hit die they have? Maybe class? Might be in the glossary. I mean, probably not in here because it really doesn't say much. Like, her constitution is pretty good, so I can understand it from that, but higher than the horse that has 115, well, rather 22 constitution and has toughness. Ability modifier bonus. +30. Favorite class bonus +10. What is ability modifier bonus? What does that even mean? Like, even with the high hit die, it doesn't make sense, but she has bonuses for some reason. I don't know what they mean. But also, hi Death Heaven. I hope you're doing well this weekend. I don't understand. Like, favorite class and ability modifier bonus. Both of those don't exactly say much. That really doesn't explain anything. I wish they actually, you know, had a good explanation instead of just being like, yes, it's an ability modifier bonus. Okay, what does that mean? Like, where is it from? Is it from, like, a feat, an ability, just, I don't know, like, there's a lot of things we're just supposed to know. Yeah, that kind of annoys me about this game sometimes, where it's just like, oh, you play the board game a lot, right, and you know all the rules? No, I don't. Like, I know 3.5e and I know 5e of D&D, right? And from that, I can kind of, especially from 3.5e, there's a lot of stuff that's the same and things that work similarly. But especially this type of stuff, it doesn't make any sense. Like, even if you do play Pathfinder, I think just saying ability modifier bonus doesn't mean anything. I don't know. Whatever. It just means she's very bulky for some reason. It doesn't make sense, but she is. Okay, so do I interact with this? Oh, okay. It's just to get rid of the corruption.
Just don't blame me. You ask me.
Oh, come on. Oh, Jeff.
This is my
There you
kind of
go.
work.
Warden of Darkness. Found it? Oh. What is it? I'd like to know. Favorite class is just the class you picked first? Okay. So do I have that too? Oh, I do, yeah. But what is the ability modifier bonus then? Because apparently I have it too, just plus 20. She's plus 10. But she is plus 30. And he doesn't have any, and Darren doesn't have any. Oh wait, is that the con modifier? Is that just the con modifier? Yeah, okay, that's the con modifier. Okay. That explains. Okay. So the horse just has a lower base value, that's why. So even though his con is much higher, that only barely brings it up to speed with someone else. Okay. Yeah, that's just Constitution. I thought that was already calculated in it and not just... There you go. Okay, I think... Are we ready? I don't know. Are we ever ready to leave? Okay, so he just went here for the sword, got hurt, was like, I'm just gonna fight my commander to the death, fights me and then dies, and then I take the sword from him. And I don't know if we're gonna use it ever. What a dum-dum. Like, it's a cool sword and all, but not worth dying for.
Move out.
See? I'm
In ancient
indispensable.
times, Sarkorian settlements used stone like these to send messages to each other. Alas, the stone has been broken beyond repair.
Head on. Into the fray.
beg me to stop.
Nice so far, and then do a little bit of healing. Never mind, because you're
Tactical retreat.
okay. He's not having a great time.
Prepare yourself.
Let's hear you cry.
And he's dead again. Well, just stop dying. Or at least stop getting hit. He even gave him some extra AC and he still gets super hit all the time.
I shine in all endeavors, even failed ones.
Move out.
Okay.
Head on.
We'll save again because we're gonna fight these things. Okay, well, Jiv, this time just go invisible. Just go invisible. Yourself. Why are you trying to do that? Whatever.
I will resist.
No glory without risk!
They'll beg me to stop.
Oh. Well. Oh, come on. Stop falling on the floor. Jeez.
Cover me, all right?
Prepare yourself.
Go. One down. Probably gonna knock them down again, no? Never mind.
Let's hear you cry.
Okay, I was sure that was gonna kill, but no, we rolled terribly. I did not like those
This
guys.
is my kind of work.
See? I'm indispensable.
He who is not curious will never know what it is to be truly alive. Okay, the entrance is here. Arago, thank you for the raid. Welcome, welcome. How was your stream? Hi, Rugal. Let me give you a shout out. There you go. Are you playing It Takes Two? Nice. How was it? Did you enjoy the game? I know it's a good one, though I haven't played it myself, sadly. That's good. You and Casey just finished it. Nice. Oh, playing with Casey is always a good time, I imagine. We're playing some Pathfinder. We were just going into this little village, or trying to, but there's some guards around that don't want us to go in. Very sweet, although we're absolutely awful parents. I mean, who isn't awful parents, right? Welcome back, Zelda. Let's see. The somber scarred warrior guarding the gates to the settlement almost chokes when he sees you. Stop, stop, you monster! You've some nerves just showing up outside the walls of Wintersun like this? Why are you glaring at me? Do you think you can avoid the wrath of the Lady of the Sun? Minuak smiles broadly and lays her hand on her weapon. Mistress, may I? Is that how guests are welcomed in Wintersun now? I remember you used to be famed as a most hospitable clan. People used to say visitors to Wintersun never leave empty-handed. What happened? There may be a war going on, but the spirits won't praise you for turning feral on folk. I'm the Knight Commander of the Crusaders. I've just come from Dresden and I want to talk to whoever's in charge here. You're a fool, demon, or else you take us for fools. Dresden fell, everyone knows that. It was captured by an army of your repulsive kin, and we're not going to let the same thing happen to us. What? Stop, children of Wintersun. The voice, soft and stirring, is coming from a statue adorning the gates. Stop, do not raise your weapons. Let them pass. This creature is my guest. I shall keep an eye on her. None can harm the children of Wintersun within my domain. The warrior's face hardens. What? Let this monster into our village? When we're the last place standing against the demons now that Dresden has fallen? You heard the Lady of the Sun, Dimwit. Let her pass. What's this demon going to do to us anyway? The Lady of the Sun has protected us all these years, and no abomination from the abyss has ever captured Wintersun. It's not going to happen today either. The second guard squints at you grimly. So, the thing is, I already looked inside from a different perspective earlier, and there was a demon just sitting there, chilling with the townsfolk. So, I don't know about them not being overtaken by demons, and I don't trust statues talking to me, you know? Suddenly you hear a crash and screams from somewhere behind the buildings. Then comes a call of warriors to me. Both guards throw a final steely look at you before leaving their post and running towards the commotion. Only the wooden idol now remains to watch over the settlement's outskirts. Okay. Hello? Anyone in here?
You follow.
There's a bunch of children. Monsters in the village. Why did I think we're monsters? Like, we don't even look like demons or anything. I mean, Wenduak maybe does, but... Oh. Well, that's a demon. No crowding here, good neighbors, no crowding. A babao demon holding a pretty flower basket flashes a predatory grin. Poor Dar is not himself. He lost his family in Dresden and has been drowning his grief in wine for a few days. He always picks fights when he's drunk, and you know what a stonemason's fists are like. He's killed the boy, cry voices from the crowd. Make way, neighbor, we'll put him in a cellar to sleep it off. So they think we're demons, but the demons right here, they're like, they're just the regular townsfolk. There's something odd going on here. Some kind of mental problem of these people. I don't know. Some illusion. Sela, her eyes flashing, reaches for a weapon. This is going to turn ugly. We need to get the people back to their houses while we deal with the Baelor. The Babao turns around and hisses at the culprit. A huge Baelor at whose feet a young barbarian is lying covered in blood. I'm so tired of you, neighbor Dar. Go home and stop ruining the fun for the rest of us. What is he doing, hitting the poor flower girl? Dar, wake up. The Lady of the Sun won't have... I don't know what he said. Oh, Dargon? Dragon. Small dragon, but what the demon is going on here? What? What is going on here? A tall warrior with dark hair and grey eyes stands between the humans and the roaring Baelor. He looks the fiend right in the eye. Are you forgetting where you are? These lands are protected by the Lady of the Sun. Behave, or I, Marhavok Grunhold, will throw you out of my town. The Baelor's laughter is booming. You really think your beloved beauty can do anything to me? If I wanted to, I could break her neck, and yours, and your little worms, and the necks of every puny little human in the district. And then I'll pay a visit to the castle in the clouds and clear out every sunny little follower. I'm sick of this game anyway. I'm leaving, for now. Go about your business now, there's nothing to gawp at. The warrior bends down and picks up several of the flowers from the basket belonging to the Babao. He notices you and his expression hardens infinitesimally. What? Okay. A guest of my lady. I am the chief of the Wintersun clan. You can take a look around if you wish, but you must visit me in the clan hall. It would be rude of you not to pay a proper visit to the master while you're in his house. I came here to find out who killed my crusaders. Their bodies are lying at your shrine by the lake. Marvok frowns. The lady's shrine is sacred to all the children of Wintersun. If someone has desecrated it with murder, they will be punished. I accept your invitation. I'll be expecting you. Windwalk's eyes are calculating as she watches the barbarian walk away. He's not a bad chief. Strong, wrathful, knows how to command. He's not good as not as good as the mistress, but still, I take him for a night or two. Well, let's look around a bit more. Take some things while we're at it. Lots of peasants. Okay, it doesn't look like there's much loot to be had over here. So I think we'll just head off towards the guy's place. You cooked some onion and your eyes don't like it? Oh no. Onion is like that, yeah. That's rough.
Move out.
Gesmera? A woman with a wealth of long dark hair stands by the statue, carefully touching the wood. Her long fingers slide along the smooth surface, searching for cracks and scratches. As you approach, the woman startles, tosses her head back, and you see her eye sockets are empty and scabbed over like old scars. Who's there? A stranger? I don't recognize your footsteps. I'm a guest of the Lady of the Sun. She invited me to visit Wintersun. At the mention of the lady, the blind woman's expression relaxes. She shrugs her shoulders and dryly responds, "A guest of the Lady of the Sun is a most desirable guest in Wintersun. What do you want from me?" There's something strange going on in Wintersun. Your fellow villagers call me a monster while they themselves converse with demons like it's nothing. Demons? Within these walls? That's not possible. The Lady of the Sun promised to protect us. Besides, the settlement has old runestones that start to flicker when demons approach. Even if the monsters had tricked us somehow by disguising themselves, the stones would have warned us about the danger, and my people wouldn't be caught dead chatting to our sworn enemies. Well, the thing is, they don't seem to see them as demons. What happened to your eyes? My name is Gishmerna. I was the senior wood shaper in Wintersun, a wood carver or sculptor, as you would call it. My level of skill is not bestowed on everyone. We wood shapers do not consider wood to be just a material. We do not make something out of it. We give the wood a new birth. We reveal its beauty in a new form. I come from an ancient line of craftsmen and women, and I swear that I have done everything to avoid bringing shame to my ancestors' memory. I strove to preserve beauty even in the midst of chaos, which is what the demons had turned Socorro's into, aided by the traitor Aurelu. But one day my gift failed me. At the request of Maravok, our clan chief, I was tasked with carving a statue of the Lady of the Sun. But no matter how hard I tried, instead of a beautiful elf, my chisel again and again revealed a hideous monster in the wood. Maravok flew into a rage when he saw my work, Gishmerna says, her voice quieter now. He personally cut out my eyes as punishment. Oh god. And journeymen were given the task of finishing the statue. The clan did not turn its back on me, of course. The children of Wintersun do not drive out their own, even those who have transgressed before the entire community. They allow me to do simple carvings and to take care of the statues. That is how I have lived since that day. That Maravok of yours, he's a nasty piece of work, isn't he? Robbing an artist of her sight, that's not just brutal, it's foul. Some murders are less depraved than that. I've been looking for missing crusaders and found their bodies at the shrine of the Lady of the Sun. Bodies at the shrine? That is very strange. The children of Wintersun are no enemies of the crusaders, and no one would dare sully the Lady of the Sun's shrine with the blood of allies. Maravok always keeps the shrine adorned with flowers for the lady, along with his trophies, slain demons. Demons? You're saying that he leaves dead demons? What madness is this? But at least we know now who is responsible for the bodies in the shrine. Sila's eyes are ablaze. Yeah, so they just see people as demons and demons as people, but not their own villagers. It's odd. Help me get to the bottom of what's going on here. The woman sighs heavily, clenching and unclenching her fists. I'm taking a huge risk talking to you, stranger. Maravok's anger is terrifying to behold, but I simply need to know what's happening to my clan. I have to risk it. The woman is silent for a while, gathering her thoughts. Listen, stranger. There is something odd happening in Wintersun, it's true. The Lady of the Sun promised us protection, and demons truly have never attacked the settlement. But there are visitors that come here from the outside. They come often, and they look like crusaders, merchants from Mendev, scholars from Absalom, or kin of Our Lady from her castle in the clouds. Some of them even live here long term, and every single one of them acts strangely. They talk to us like there's some great joke and we're not in on it, and sometimes there are rougher types who do something wild. I've tried broaching the topic with people I trust, but they either don't believe me or they're afraid to speak openly. Maravok does not permit any doubts about him, or the Lady of the Sun, or her guests. And there's something else. Grief wells up in the woman's voice. Every few years, someone in the village goes mad. It's usually one of our guards or hunters who go out on forays to kill demons. They either start weeping, begging for forgiveness, or they attack their neighbors. The clan doesn't turn its back on its children. That's why these mad people are only put outside the settlement's walls. But everyone now believes they're beyond helping. They're mad and angry at the entire world. A secret horror gnaws at the soul of Wintersun, but I can't see it or find out what it is, and I don't know how to help solve it, friend. All I can give you is this piece of advice. Check our runestones. They should warn us about demons in the vicinity, and if they are not doing that, then there is some evil at work here. If you want answers quickly, go straight to Maravok. He's the only person who has been to the castle in the clouds. He even had a key to it hidden somewhere. He knows more than anyone else, but watch yourself. Moravok is a mighty warrior, quick to anger and ruthless, and the limits of the Lady of the Sun's power are entirely unknown. Okay, well, examine the rune stones. I have been examining them, but I guess we can check them some more.
Head on!
I'm glad I was useful to
The
you.
runestone is a fake. It has no power to detect demons. Well,
Pretty good, aren't I?
Trivial.
wind uproots a single tree but dies down in a thicket. Stand shoulder to shoulder with your clansmen like trees in a forest. It's good that we have a demon with us, so we can actually check. We can be like, they don't work, because we have a demon right here. A closet.
I lead, you follow.
Okay, there's the clan hall. Anything around here?
Pay attention.
Oh. This runestone was smashed and the pieces carefully hidden. Ooh. Reeking Heart of Arcane. Where is it? Mind Piercer. There. Whenever this +3 rapier is affected by any magical effect that gives it an enhancement bonus, this bonus is increased by 1. Ooh. That is a very good one for, thingy, whatever her name is, I forget. I haven't used her in a while. I can't think of it. It's fine.
Trivial.
Rely on your own strength, on your cunning, on your true arrow, on your sharp blade, on the aid of the spirits, on the vows of priests, but never rely on divination.
I sense
I
something.
imagine this game has multiple routes. Kind of. There's a lot of choices you can make, and your party can vary wildly depending on who you pick up.
Please forgive me.
This is my kind of work.
But the story by itself is very similar, or even the same. There's just different paths within that story, if that makes sense. The runestones were broken and replaced with fakes. So demons truly can roam here, and no one even suspected because we had faith in the stone's warning and in the Lady of the Sun's protection. The only thing we can do is go to Moravok and demand answers. I want to believe that he has been deceived and will act on behalf of his clan when you show him the proof of betrayal, and the destruction of the runestones is a true betrayal of our clan. There are 3 of them in total, and they're all in the village. They were erected by the great shaman Suwana the Wise a century ago, the year the world wound opened. They start to flicker when demons are near, but as far as I can remember, the stones have never raised the alarm. Demons have never come near the village thanks to the Lady of the Sun's protection. At least that's what everyone thinks. If you firmly believe that you saw demons within the walls of Wintersun, find out why the stones are not giving their promised warning. Well, because they're broken and stuff.
Head on!
Okay, let's go to this chieftain and demand some answers. Very lavish. The mighty Marhavok sits on a dais, covered in pelts. In one enormous hand he is holding a single flower, and his face wears a grim expression. Chief, we've brought the traitor. A tall female warrior drags a stumbling woman with empty eye sockets into the hall. We have several witnesses who say that she was slandering the Lady of the Sun and her guests, and that she even urged her neighbors to spy on them. Hand me the axe. Marvok's voice is grim. I've been very patient with you, Geshmira. You dared to dishonor the Lady of the Sun, our happiness and protection. You didn't repent, you only nursed your malice in secret. I see now that taking your eyes was not enough. This time I will take your hands. What are you doing here, you blackguard? Raising your hand against innocents? You've earned your ancestors' wrath for sure. It's a bad thing to raise your fists against the clan elder, but I really want to smack you one. Heaven knows that I believe in forgiveness and redemption, but I so dearly want to kill the man, and I won't even regret it. Mads, are we really going to watch this atrocity happen? You're busy inflicting violence on the weak and powerless while someone has destroyed your runestones and replaced them with fakes. She's not lying. Our talismans have been destroyed and can no longer warn us about demons. The smashed pieces were hidden in the walls of our settlement, and replicas that have no magical properties were put in their place. My chief, open your eyes. Can't you see what's going on under your own roof? That is a serious accusation. Chief, permit us to investigate. We'll return shortly, and if this madwoman is lying, your punishment will be doubly justified. When Marva gives us a nod of assent, the warrior strides out of the hall. You feel the weight of Marvok's gaze on you. You succeeded in luring my guards away, but it won't change anything. It's good you came, saved me from chasing after you all around Wintersun. Here in this hall is a place of power for me and my lady. I will kill you here and then go with my people to Dresden and hand it over to its rightful masters. Warriors of Wintersun, attack! What? Oh my god. Okay.
I'll rip you apart!
Dragon. Okay. Evil dragon. 38 AC. Oh god, that's gonna be a problem.
Into the fray!
Okay.
Run them through!
He did not have a good time there.
Desna, guide my hand.
Yeah, okay, that's not happening. No, he saved. Oh, yeah, he's not gonna fail that, is he?
Distract them from me.
Okay, that dragon is gonna be a problem. Oh, that's a lot of axes.
Why am I so weak? They'll beg me to stop!
Ow.
The Inheritor, guide my blade!
Out of my way!
Make your peace.
Time to share your treasures! Tactical retreat, it's all your fault.
God. Oh my god. This fight. Woljif has died again. Ugh.
I will resist.
Aporan Centes.
Assist me
Ow,
at
ow,
once.
ow.
The light take you!
Let's hear you cry.
Okay, he's on the ground, that's good. Oh, that failed.
I'm done!
Please help me.
This is
Someone.
quite bad.
Help me.
Wow.
No glory without risk!
Stupid mirror images.
Run them through.
There you go. This dragon though.
Into the fray!
This dragon is still an issue. Okay, heal. Smites. Okay.
Magritium Turinos.
Let's hear you cry.
There you go. Oh my god, that was rough. My lady, don't leave me, don't leave me. Well, Woljif is dead. And we are very much not in a good spot.
Oh, skip the pleasantries.
Like everyone is dead or dying, which is not ideal.
Magritium Turinos.
It's not preferable, you know.
Magritium Turinos.
Okay, well... I see what others cannot discern. I know what others cannot learn. My hand is guided by the skill of centuries. My soul I guard against fetters.
I finished here. Is there more?
So what I'm assuming happened is that some kind of demon came in and pretends to be the Lady of the Sun. And then got the guy on her side. And then the blind lady
Is there more?
actually saw her for what she was, even though she didn't know. Like in her art, it actually came out. So every time the statue became a monster, because that's what she is, the one they worship right now. Whenever the wearer of these bracelets confirms a critical hit. Just understood you actually have a pink shirt. Well, it's a dress, but yes. It's pink. Very pink. The enemy must pass a will saving throw or become unable to attack for 1 round. Okay. That is pretty good. I don't really have anyone who uses two-handed weapon though, except for Regil or whatever he's called. Regil? Regil. That's the one.
I lead, you follow.
Rely on me.
This is... Why is this pool frozen? Okay. Secret passage it is. Hopefully there's not another fight. I'm pretty sure that there's another fight. But if there is, we're gonna have some issues.
Onwards.
The wounded Marivok is shivering as if from a fever. He tries to take the human skull from the plinth in front of the Lady of the Sun statue, but his weakened grip spasms and the skull rolls towards you. Stopping at your feet, the warrior watches it with stricken eye, muttering "Key," before turning to the statue. My lady, my love, forgive me, I failed you, I lost. Didn't even keep the key safe after you gave it to me. Come, protect our winter sun, but if you can't, take me away. Take me to your castle in the clouds. Oh. Okay. Marvok's prayer does not go unanswered. A shadow, unnaturally narrow and trembling, separates from the Lady of the Sun statue and floats above the floor. A delicate hand, or maybe a claw, reaches out and touches the stumped head of the dying warrior with a soft, almost tender gesture. And then you hear an airy, otherworldly voice directly in your mind. Why are you mortals so fond of breaking other people's toys? So you're the rot that's been festering in Winter Sun. I like how she's already got the enemy red ring. Yeah. I mean, I kinda knew. I kinda knew it was gonna be a fight. I hope she won't kill anyone else, but we'll see. Or they won't. I don't know what that is. You're a despicable beast and you don't deserve any other name. My kinsmen, my neighbors have suffered because of you. Death would be too light a punishment for you, scum. So you're the Lady of the Sun. That is what they call me here, replies the insect-like shadow. But you may call me by another name, Jerebeth. What have you done to these people? I merely planted a few ideas in their heads. Laughter, high and abrasive like a buzzing insect, reverberates in your mind. It is elegant in its simplicity. I make all the people of Wintersun see demons as humans, elves, dwarves, and they see real mortals as demons. They live in a topsy-turvy world where the lands of the world wounds are teeming with brave crusaders, and where Dresden was recently captured by an army of hideous monsters from the abyss. If you firebrand Queen Galfrey were to If your firebrand Queen Galfrey were to show up here, the people would take her for one of the Sky's spawn and try to slay her on the spot. And the children of Wintersun already have so much blood on their hands. Every weary traveler who happened to discover this mortal oasis in the midst of the scarred land of the World Wound, who rushed with brimming hope towards its walls, died at the hands of the clan. And they all fervently believed that they were fighting demons. Why did other demons visit here? There is no other place in the World Wound like my little Wintersun. I don't allow other demons to kill the people in my domain. Instead, they come here to play. They shrug off their demon guise and pretend to be mortals. Even Lady Nocticula in the Midnight Isles does not offer such exotic amusements. You should find all this very familiar. You intuitively understand that these last words were not addressed to you. The demon has clearly allowed you to hear them as courtesy. But you, too, are playing at being human, isn't that so, Succubus? No, you have created a tarry parody of what I am striving to be. You could have made them believe anything, performed any number of miracles for them. You could have made their dreams come true. But all you did was poison their minds against their fellow mortals. You may have the powers of a demon, but you have little when it comes to intellect, as befits an insect. You don't seem to be afraid at all. What's stopping me from killing you here and now? Arvok's shoulders convulse. He struggles in vain to stand and to shield the insect-like shadow from you. I will fly off to my sanctum faster than you can blink. Besides, are you ready to doom all of Wintersun to a horrible fate? You probably want to open the poor barbarian's eyes to the truth, but you can't do that without my help. Hi, Psycho. How are you doing? Even if you do, by some miracle, find a way to do it, the children of Wintersun will have to live with the knowledge of what they've done all these years. They will recall every murdered crusader and traveler that they plunged their spears into or burned on a ritual pyre. Many of them will not survive the truth you will inflict on them. The rest will be cut down by demons, for I am the only one protecting them of such a fate even now. But I have a better solution. I will change the clan so that from this day forth they will see true mortals and demons alike as human. I will make them believe that the Crusaders have won a final resounding victory, that peace now reigns in the World Wound, and that all demons have been driven back to the abyss, every last one. Wintersun will remain a peaceful oasis in the midst of chaos, neutral territory, and neither Crusaders nor demons will cross swords in battle. I will get to keep my wondrous domain, and your Crusaders will never perish here again. What do you say to that, Commander? Hospitality? I'm good, thank you. I'm a little bit tired, but that's not unusual. And, well, this game has been a lot of fun, as always. I am getting a little bit hungry, though. Okay. Not a chance. You will free the people from your deception now or you will regret it. Let this place be at peace, even if the price of peace is a beautiful lie. I don't know about this. Like, do we want to... I feel like we don't want people here living a lie, right? That they're like, oh, the demons are our friends. They're just other humans. It's no, they're not. I don't know. I think I want the people to be free from the deception. You will free the people from your deception now or you will regret it. Jerveth hesitates. The demon's flat insectoid visage is difficult to read, but her quivering mouth betrays her extreme tension. At last, the phrase rings in your mind. All right, I'll do as you say. Outside, a clamor starts to swell. 1, 2, a dozen voices cry out in astonishment, then horror. No, not me. Please. Rasped Varvok, struggling to lift his head off the floor. Gathering his strength, he barks out more clearly. I don't need the truth. I don't want to lose you, my lady. I knew. A crazed smile warps the warrior's face. I guessed a long time ago that you weren't who you seemed to be, but you brought peace to my people and me, and I kept your secret as best I could. I stamped out any suspicions of the people who voiced them. Sometimes I want to live in your light. I don't want to be without you. Ursula turns pale and covers her mouth with her hand. Her ruby eyes are filled with undisguised horror. No matter how much I might despise those who serve sycophants for the demons, there is some twisted beauty in this. The fellow is brave enough to be honest about what he wants. I do not know how many people who are capable of that. You cannot read the emotions on the creature's horrifying face, half hidden by shadows. If it answers Marivok, it does wordlessly, directly in his mind. After a moment of silence, you hear a voice in your head. Give him to me. Take him if you want. Yeah, why not? Have him. Thank you, Commander. You are a curious creature, and it's just possible that we may see each other again. I'm returning to the Ivory Sanctum, the castle in the clouds, as they call it here. You have a key to my home, but will you find out how to use it? I will be expecting your visit. Erebus' shadow disappears into the portal, and their departure spells the end of an era in the life of Wintersun. Kashmira the Carver is standing cowering against the wall. She's gone? I can feel it. I feel like something's changed. I will tell the people what you did for us, Commander. Now, did I do a good thing? Yes, no, maybe. Who knows? It's both good and bad. Like, it's the truth, but do the people want to know the truth? Because they'll be scarred for life knowing that they killed their fellow people. Okay, so throwing axes, Frost Embrace and Fixed Obsession. This one? Frost Embrace, yeah. Must pass a fortitude saving throw or become paralyzed. What was the other one then? That's throwing axe of silence. It's not the one. No idea. I can't see it immediately. Good and evil are arbitrary. Did you act in a way befitting the morals of your character? Yes. Well, yes. I did. In a way, like, my character is very chaotic. So sometimes they will do good, sometimes they will not. It's just depending on what they feel like at the time. And in this case, they want people to know the truth because, well,
Head on!
the truth is important to them. So, is this village fine now? Oh, they murdered the Babao. Oh no, that was already murdered. Wait. Did all the other demons also get murdered? I assume they did. Now this also means that this village will probably be attacked by demons soon. Because while they were living a lie, they weren't actually in danger of the demons attacking, because the demons had kind of refuge there. So why would they murder them? Okay. We are in a very bad way. 3 of us are on death's door. 1 is dead. It's not great. Good or evil, your actions can only be judged by those who were present, and whatever being may or may not exist after death. Yeah. Wait, why do I still have a quest there? Learn the identity of the mad half-elf. Which one is that? Secrets of Creation? No. Oh, this one. The Price of Knowledge. Oh, it is the Price of Knowledge. Never mind. How would I know who she is? Don't know if I can find it out inside of Winter Sun because I didn't really... I don't really see what I missed if there is something there. Oh, random encounter. Please don't be a fight or something because I'm in such bad shape. Okay, it seems fine. Shrine of Sacrilege. Oh, hi. The cultist smells sweetly at you. Well, 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 what do we have here? The freshly minted commander straight from Dresden. Here's what's going to happen, Commander. You will give us specimen 367, we will bring it back to Iz, to Master Bladesmith, and no one will get hurt. If you refuse, well, prepare to die. Bladesmith, is it? Then I know who you creeps are. You're from the same lot that slaughtered my party. They tortured me for some dark experiments. Commander, just give the order. I'll wipe the floor with them. I have an old score to settle. Specimen 3... what? Yes, the specimen, the sentient weapon that was taken from us. Cheap ploy by the Crusaders. Don't try to deny it. We know you have it. A sentient weapon? This is huge. If you really have one, Commander, keep it for yourself. These low lives don't deserve it. Says Finian, the talking weapon. Who is this bladesmith? A great artisan and a teacher who renounces his name and past to serve the weaponsmith's craft. Poor Finian, yeah. His demonic blades never break. His magic arrows never miss their mark. His creations are incredible. Although the piece you have in your possession is still far from perfect. It was not supposed to fall into the hands of outsiders, so we want it back. Maybe we can make a deal. How much do you think it's worth? I think your life will be a fair price. Well, I tried. Okay, I guess we'll find out how strong they are. I'm hoping they're not very strong because I'm not exactly in a good spot, as I said. Look at how slow they move.
Madrid, Turinos.
Oh, the slow motion walking. Like it.
The inheritor.
Do-do-do.
Guide my blade.
Oh, here they come. They missed. Oh. You summoned some wolves?
Prepare
go like
yourself.
Nice crits.
No match for me.
Good damage. Okay, you can't quite make that, but that's fine. Just go over here. How can you not? Now I can't move.
Run them through.
The light. Take you.
Okay. Here come the dire wolves.
Desna, guide my hand.
Well, there go the dire wolves.
My sight.
1, 2. Wait, we're still not done? Oh, right, there's that guy.
Out of my
Hi.
way.
No glory without risk.
Yes.
Monitor lizards. Okay. Lizards.
Make your peace.
Miss concealment. Very annoying.
I'll rip you apart.
Okay, Wonderwalk is very slow here. That's fine.
I will see to your demise.
There we go. At least I didn't have to fight the lizards.
Please, allow me.
Otherwise, Schmack would have been sad, probably. Okay. Well. Okay, so we know that these cultists want Finian. And that there apparently is a bladesmith that makes things like him. Which could be cool, you know? It would be nice to have someone like that in the army. That could make us really cool magic weapons. That would be great. Sword of Valor. We still need to move. Oh, they can move now again. Okay. Let's move you over here. This one is Babaus, Brimrock, Stretches, and Drachny. Okay, we should be able to take care of them, I think. We should be fine. You're heading off, take care, and murder arbitrarily. I will, Psycho. Have a good rest of the day and weekend. Rockney, die. Nice. And get these Brimrocks. Ow. Okay, that hit. That hurt me a lot more than it hurt them. Those footmen are dying very quickly. That's fine. Let's heal the footman. Do some flanking maneuvers. Oh, don't go to my back line. Murder. There we go. Easy fight. And we got a headband of inspired wisdom. I don't know who exactly needs wisdom. I don't think anyone in our party really needs it. But that's fine. Ooh. This general has plus 5% bonus to energy recovery per level of this feat. General casts spells with the arcane descriptor as if it has a plus 5 bonus to power per level of this feat. So, higher arcane, yeah. And this divine, so no. Arcane descriptor. That's great. Okay, so can we go... Let's go back here and go this way. Oh, we can't go further. You can explore this a little bit. Oh, that just hooks up there. Okay. You can go over this way. And then our party can go back to Dresden. Okay, stealth check succeeded. Go to Dresden. Demon army approaching. Where was it approaching? I couldn't really tell what it showed. Oh, is it this one? I mean, if that's what they're showing or throwing at me, pursue them. These demons don't know what they're doing. Silly demons. Actually, let's do this. Die. Yay! What a fight. Difficult. Very difficult fight. Oh, Fireball is too good. Fireball is really too good. Oh, okay. Let's go this way. Why not? Let's just keep going. Fox? Yeah, there's fox people in this game. Nenio is one of them. Oh, jeez. Okay. Calm yourself. Actually, probably just do this. There you go. Okay, that does nothing. Jeez. Okay, we have... Okay. I'll kill these. And you move over there. And then you stand here so they can't get close to the rangers anymore. You fight the cultists. Do that. Let's just do this. I don't want to deal with them. There you go. I don't see why these crusaders couldn't just fight their way through the demons before, because it's very simple. Just throw magic at it, apparently. Ooh. You've received an item scythe. It can bypass damage reduction despite not being made from the right material. +3, +4, +5 items can bypass certain types of damage reduction. Any +3 weapon automatically bypasses DRN cold iron, and +4 bypasses adamantine. Any +5 weapon allows the wielder to deal full damage to a creature with DR that is based on a certain alignment. If you promptly equip your companions with more powerful weapons, yeah, okay, so. Deadly Toll. As a +4 bonus to critical hit confirmation rolls. Ooh. That is quite nice. It's too bad I don't use sights, but that's quite nice. Oh god, okay. I shouldn't go too far into the these lands. I probably want to make my way back as well, because I need to go this way, I think it was. Where is it? Yeah, that there. So we will go this way. Which we can't do right away, but that's fine. They will start making their way. There we are. We've made it back to Dresden. So we can bring what's it called? What's his name? Sirius or something? We can give him the name, the news of his pupil's death because he was an idiot. So that'll be fine. That'll be great. Loading screen, you can do it. I believe. 95, 96. Oh, there it is. Where is he again? Oh, there. CR. That's his name. CR. The old crusader looks anxious and disoriented. Yes, so something happened. And over Morvek's talisman. Morvek is dead. Oh, you could have at least brought it in a, I don't know, a different way, I guess. But sure, that works. The color drains from CR's face. He takes a straw figure with his shaking fingers. His mouth twists unpleasantly, as if the old man is about to start sobbing. The knight looks at you with horror. The old warrior drops to his knees slowly and awkwardly with apparent difficulty. My boy, but how? What happened? Yeah, here. Morvek went to get a sword dedicated to the god Gorum. He was gravely wounded. I found him and tried to help, but the relic's power had already consumed him. Ziar's eyes show nothing but weariness. You wanted to help him. Poor boy. I was afraid of this. The war tainted his soul with darkness the moment he was born. It doomed him to death before he could even walk. I warned him. But what are an old man's warnings worth? That sword. That damned weapon of Gorum. Where is it? Do you have it? It must be destroyed. The war devours our souls, and Gorum, its lord, watches over it with indifference. I don't have the sword. I don't have the sword. What are you talking about? Do I say that? I mean, I don't mind him taking it. But bluffing is also a fun time. Being like, I don't have a sword. What are you talking about? Like we could sell it or something. There's only one reason to keep the sword if you're not going to use it. Money. Yeah, exactly. That was what I was thinking. A sword? What is that? I don't know. What is a sword? Yeah, exactly. What is a sword? See, I don't know what this sword you were talking about is. Let's try the bluff. If I fail this though, can I save? No, okay. I think I did save right before this, but I think there's a decree around it, but it's not really good. There you go. If you do find the horrible thing, don't even think about using it. Bring it to me and I will destroy it. So wait, we can lie to him about not having it, and then can we still bring it to him and be like, oh look, I found the sword. No, okay. Not right away at least. Just walk away. That sword actually has a different use? Not just for money? Oh, does it? It increases your soldiers' attack, but lowers defenses and initiative. Interesting. Thank you for the hydrate, Zelda. Apparently my dog didn't come with me and now I have to wait. Dog, please. Where are you? Oh, there you are. He's taking his sweet time. Look at him. Just sauntering over. You can walk much faster than that. I know that. So why are you not? He's just like... KC, hi. Welcome, welcome. Did you like It Takes Two earlier? I hope you enjoyed it. I'm sure you did. Oh. Olivia. Commander. Olivia greets you with a slight nod. I have some information for you. Though what I found out is mostly innocent, it might be cause for concern. What do you mean? It's about the well-being of one of your companions. Tell me. Soldiers have been gathering in the graveyard to play cards. We usually turn a blind eye to such things, though it's against regulations. We let them enjoy themselves as long as they don't cause too much trouble. And that's usually the case. You did a win? Nice. Good job, KC. But recently my people have noticed Social among them, and the gambling seems to be having an unhealthy effect on him. As you know, I usually keep my nose out of other people's private affairs. With all these spies and cultists, I have too much on my plate as is. But this time, it's about someone you trust with your life. So maybe you should do something about it. This isn't an official report, just a tip-off from a friend. Thank you for the information. So Social is gambling. Interesting. What is going on here? The overwhelming fragrance of roses hits you as soon as you enter the headquarters. Roses occupy every inch of available space, fresh and sweet smelling as if they have just come into bloom. The scene is kept off by Darren, who stands in the center of this rosarium with a single red rose in his hand and an expression of utter innocence on his face. Good Darren. Ah, Mads, it's so good you dropped by. As you can see, I've been working on a little something, and I'm afraid some of your advisors are less than happy about it. Sure, by a little something you mean an entire shipment of freshly cut roses teleported here from some southern country. Irabeth shifts from foot to foot, glaring at the flowers pressing in from all sides. You could have outfitted an entire unit with the money you spent on this. Fortunately, they were my own personal funds, so I spent them as I saw fit. This gloomy citadel needed an injection of beauty. Darren brings his crimson rose to his face and inhales its scent, his eyes never leaving yours. That's none of my business, of course, but I've known you a long time, Darren Arande. This whole thing looks like another scandalous stunt concocted to rile up the Crusaders. If you want to pay court to the commander, don't do it in our headquarters. I for one have no problem with being courted in our headquarters. A tragic misunderstanding has occurred. Darren pauses while continuing to cast delighted glances at you over his rose. The thing is, I had no intention whatsoever of courting the commander in the romantic sense of the word. It never even crossed my mind. I do not know what led you to such a farcical conclusion. Darren holds the rose with the utmost delicacy, waving it gently from side to side. According to recent research conducted by Absalom scholars, the scent of roses reduces stress and fatigue, refreshes one's thoughts, and stimulates intellectual activity. So I only had the good of the crusade in mind when I placed these flowers here. My actions were entirely selfless and sincere. God. You know what? I can't wait to learn more about the unique properties of roses. I shall be happy to share my knowledge, someday under more amenable circumstances. He bows. I do believe my work here is done. Till next time, mans. God. Oh, Darren. Darren. Well, now we have roses, I guess. We have many roses. More roses than I know what to do with. I mean, honestly, a lot of these I can just sell. Darren probably has one of the funnier romance paths since he just gives you a massive amount of flowers that stay there forever, yeah. Okay. Sure. Okay, so what do we... I'll put this back here. Put that in there. This one. Oh, actually I can give these to Woljif, can't I? Where's Woljif? Well, he's dead. I mean, he is dead. Oh, he has +4. Oh, wait. Who done? Darren? Ah, Darren, you can have them. There you go.
Please don't look at me like that. I can read your desires plainly on your face.
Do you think your face does not betray your inner thoughts? A wolf can befriend a flock of sheep, but it will always see them as lumps of meat. Wouldn't you agree?
Okay, so is Woljif just suddenly alive again? No, he's still dead. Okay, so that doesn't work. Just sleeping doesn't make him more alive. Right. How do I... Back to Lurk, thanks for streaming. Have a good one, Zelda. Enjoy your weekend. And I'm glad you always like being here. It's always good to have you as well. Okay, well, let's dump some of these books in here. So there must be somewhere I can just buy a scroll of resurrection or something. Because I would like Woljif to be, you know, alive. Um, what's with the nickname Stranglehold? Our resident jokesters came up with it when my hand went numb from the wound. She holds up her crooked fingers, withered to the bone. After that, I left the front lines for the supply service. And then I showed every wisecracker that one hand is all you need to keep your supplies in order. My group really is a stranglehold, you see. All those thieving quartermasters who go out of their way to sell some ammunition on the sly. Scatterbrained officers who lose half a caravan in every skirmish. Civilian milksops who always have a sob story to explain why they can't give anything to the army. They all learned, well, why people call old Dorgelinda Stranglehold. We have spells available that could restore your hand. Spend it on some poor sap whose legs got ripped off in the first battle. Thank you for your concern, Commander, but while we're at war, resources should be sent where they're needed. Okay, fine.
Head on!
Show me what you've got. Bulk sell. Okay. And then also... Wait. Why aren't these being sold? With bulk selling. I'm not sure. It does not sell cold iron? Okay. Do I sell the Fang of Malice? Nah, not yet. I'll keep it around for a bit. God. Sell that. Sell that. Sell that. Sell that. Sell that. Lots of selling of things. We're gonna have a lot of money soon, I think. Or at least enough to buy something nice. Okay, sell that, sell those, sell that too. I have a lot of these cloaks of resistance. I could sell like 4 of them. Okay. And then what do we have? Mm. So gloves of dueling. Ring of protection. Blade of order. Which is not bad, honestly. The only problem is it's not cold iron, which is kind of odd that the Blade of Order is not cold iron, but it's just damage rolls as well. Sila. It deals 2d6 acid damage to all enemies in a 30-foot area. After this ability has been activated, it can't be activated again for the 1d4 rounds. It's still very good, but it's also very expensive. How much money? Oh shit. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Oh, well now I have to do this again. I should have paid more attention to that. Okay, well, most of that is fine. Okay, let's do deal and then check this out, because we have enough to just get it and not be a problem, but is it worth it? Is it worth it? I'm not sure. I mean, the most important thing right now is to find a Scroll of Resurrection or something. But I don't know where can I get scrolls? Okay, Weaver, I guess.
I lead, you follow.
Actually, oh. No resurrection here? Okay. Maybe at the temple? Maybe it's more like holy magic, right? Oh, Lady Konami's over there. Oh, all I want to do is resurrect my companion. Why does it have to be so difficult? It's just a casual resurrection. Do you like silence? It's good that you're here, shall we be silent together? Used to talk a lot before and all of it was a lie. My words ruined so much. I like silence more now. Okay. I saw you disappearing in a kaleidoscope of butterflies. What was that? Desna protects me. Whenever something threatens my life, she teleports me away from the danger. I guess the goddess does not want me to die before I fully redeem myself. I do not deserve her kindness. I already rested Mahons. I already rested. That was the entire thing. Everyone is full health and happy, except him, he's dead. People were on death's door, otherwise they wouldn't be fine now. I could use the help of a cleric. Raise deads. Well, that was what I was looking for, Mons. That's exactly what I was talking about. Is there any other... Because what's the difference between, like, resurrection and... I'll just take 2. Where is it? Use? How do I... What? Have a good nap, Casey. What? What? Why does it have Woljif highlighted, then cast it? Why does it work so awkwardly? There you go. Okay. Oh, he still has constitution damage. So we should have done that before we rested, because now we have to rest again. Ugh. Ugh. Why is it just never clear cut and simple? It just never is with this game. If I knew it was going to be such a pain, I would have just reloaded. It was less of a pain to do everything over again than to bring him back, apparently. Even though bringing him back isn't even that bad. It's just annoying. Okay, Swords of Gorum. +2 bonus to attack, plus 10% bonus to damage, and -2 penalty to AC and initiative. Okay. I don't think do you need the sword for this though? I'm not sure if it's necessary to have the sword. Scouts is almost done. I mean, already found the scouts, didn't I? Because that was in here. Oh well. Invisibility can be immensely useful, but beware, many enemies have the ability to see the invisible. So, I mean, yeah, if they can see you, that's not very useful then. You're right. Okay, well, we're just resting again.
Hey, Lady Muck, you eat the last crispy wing every single time. Every time! I've seen you!
I eat precisely as much as is appropriate and necessary, whereas your plebeian gluttony is revolting.
A plebeian. Plebeian. Rude. Attack out of nowhere? Okay, so you get Slayer talents, study targets, advanced talents, combat style feat, 2 weapon combat, greater 2 weapon fighting. Okay, sure. Okay, no problem. Social. All good. Anio. Icy prison and hungry pit. Great. All good. And Ember. I do need to do this one manually. Takes 1 point of constitution damage per minute until it dies, saves or is cured. Okay, major healing. That is quite nice. Yeah, let's get major healing. And then cure critical wounds for a good measure. And I think that's... well, Camellia is still... that's mostly it though. You get... Aura of Purity, I don't even know. Battle Ward. Okay. Manage Crusade Affairs. Oh, it's already been 5 hours as well. I did one area. I did one area. I only did this. Okay, so you continue. Continue. Oh wait, I probably... Which was a pretty big one. Yeah, it was. It was. Oh. Wait, I thought I had no movement left, but apparently it's still enough to actually engage in battle? Even though I had no movement left. You would think that no movement would be no movement, but... Ow. That is quite rude. Quite rude what you just did there. And that's what you get for being rude. Honestly, who needs soldiers when you can just blast them every time? It's really strong. 60 energy points, nice. Okay, well. There really is a lot to this, isn't there? Okay.
Move out.
Okay, so we should all be well rested and everything. Ready to move out again. The only thing I do need to do is talk to Social, who has been gambling. Game. Okay, there we are. Social is over there. I should have actually gone more in this section than the streets. Oh well, that's my own fault. Because it says the streets is where the quest is, but he's here. Twitchy, hi, thank you for the posture check. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. We're about to talk to our friend who has been gambling.
Head on.
At least that was my intention. Apparently I can't talk to him. Oh, there you go. Have you missed it all? Not quite. I'm not done yet, but it won't last for that much longer. Because I do need to have food at some point. The soldier stares at his cards in the dim light of a candle stub. Deal me 2 more. I'll double down. Coins clink as they land on the barrel. Deal me another one. What? Another one? Are you bluffing, you little shit? Wait until we lay down our cards, and you'll see if I'm bluffing. You don't immediately recognize Social's voice. In battle, he is quiet and composed, but now you can hear furious, passionate excitement in his words. You just had yours? Nice. What did you have? Fine, you scumbag, I call. Deal me another as well. Excitement, passion, and tension seem to hang over the improvised table. It feels like lightning is about to strike. Let's say nothing. Let's see what happens here. Damn, I'm out. The soldier angrily throws his card on the barrel. Go on, show us what you've got. Read them and weep. Socio reveals his cards with a gloating laugh. Nothing but junk. I knew it, you holier-than-thou types can't bluff. I was, and you fell for it. With this, Socio slams a card on each of the soldier's shoulders like epaulets, and places the rest of the cards on top of his opponent's head. What? What? Why does he place the cards on his head? Now you've done it, you. The soldier grabs Socio by the collar, and the cleric immediately raises his fist as if he expected it. At this point, one of the other players spots you in the shadows. Hey, there's someone over there. We've been caught. The jig's up, let's bail. The candle stops snuffed out. The cards are scattered into the mud. After a moment, only the embarrassed Socio remains. Your meat's all frozen, so it was potato waffles, chicken nuggets, peas, onion rings. Oh, that's not bad. That's pretty good. Stealth fail, everything normal here. I wasn't trying to stealth, I was just not saying anything. What are you doing here? His voice no longer holds excitement. We did nothing wrong. Well, tempers flared a bit, but that usually doesn't happen, I swear it. I was worried that you'd gotten yourself into trouble. Thank you, I'm touched, really. But I'm perfectly fine. I was just making sure no one else got into trouble. I know you would never lie to me, so I think you must be lying to yourself. You didn't come here to minister to the soldiers. Why else would I come here then? To win a copper or two? You provoked that soldier. You were practically begging for a fight. I was? No, you misunderstood. That was... Socio searches for the right words to explain himself, but grows dejected and lowers his eyes. You're right. Shame on me. I provoked the fight. I behaved unacceptably. Forgive me, Shellen. Don't be foolish. You're mortal just like the rest of us. Not some all-powerful deity of mercy. You need time to relax like the rest of us. Please be honest with yourself. After a long silence, Socio nods. Thank you. It's all jumbled up in my mind. This war and the horrors it holds. Our soldiers and what they tell me in their confessions. My own responsibilities. Lines from Holy Scripture. In the midst of all this, it's easy to forget I have my own needs and desires. Thank you for reminding me. The cleric picks up a dirty playing card and twirls it in his fingers. I will not come here again. Please don't forbid these games. Things here are mostly civil. I swear, aside from the rare, heated argument. I'll be honest, I'll miss playing cards. That excitement when you have almost no chance of winning and the risk is high, even though the stakes aren't life or death, just a handful of coppers. But I'll try to find a less destructive outlet. Perhaps I'll speak to Erebeth and ask her to play chess with me. I wonder what will come of it. Socio smiles. Thank you for helping me clear my mind. Good night. Great. No problem. It's all good. I did want to talk to Wendwalk, maybe. Nah, it's fine. I'm not going to talk about the whole romantic thing. About her leaving me alone or something. Okay, this is fine. But apparently now I've got 2 party members being attracted to me, and both of them are evil. I don't know what that says about my character. Tell Erebus what happened. Wait, what do you mean tell Erebus what happened? Did one of the... Oh wait, this is about... No, it's not about Socio, because that wasn't Erebus. Okay, well, I guess we're going back into Dresden again. Oh god. Every time something else pops up where I'm like, oh, right, I should have done this. It really is the type of game where you just constantly have way too much, and then it's like, oh, you have to do this and you have to do that. Oh, and this person wants to talk to you. And I guess that is kind of what being a commander in an army is like, that everyone just has their own thing that they want to say to you and things like that. Oh, it's about the missing patrol, yeah. We learned the fate of the missing patrol. Our people were killed by clan members from Old Sarkoris. They had been bewitched by the demon Jerebeth. Survivors from Sarkoris? In the middle of the world wound? They must be made of tough stuff. I'm sorry they've been set against us. Jerebeth grits her teeth. And sorrier still for our soldiers. We're losing our people to demon trickery again. But at least the mystery is solved and it won't happen again. Yep. At least it shouldn't. Okay. Now we can go. Now we're good. Maybe. Wait. Wait, that's already done. Okay, wait. So where do we go? Do we go this way? I think so. I think we start traveling this way. Now I don't know if you can actually go... So this would lead back here. And then probably to... I could go to the Ashbury Hamlet, see what that's like. Oh! We failed to sneak past some enemies, as is tradition. As is tradition. Let me just do something there, okay.
Either us or them.
Oh! Some ash giants. Five of them. This is fine. That's fine.
Into the fray!
They'll beg me to stop.
You outnumber them, it will be easy. I don't know about that.
I will resist. Disappear.
Oh, nice crit. Oh, look at look at him shuffled. Oh. I'm a slow walker.
Cover me, all right?
It's like someone tiptoeing in a cartoon. It is. Look at him. Oh. Oh, he's on the floor. silly.
Aforane Sendes.
Let's bless everyone. Saddle up. Ow. Pain. Pain and suffering. Wait, why can't you move? Move. Oh, there you go. Okay. Why is it broken now? Sometimes. Where it doesn't do the movement and attack in the same thing. I can still do a full attack. Even though I've moved like more than 5 feet probably. Something borked. That's fine.
The inheritor, guide my blade.
Windwalk.
No match for me.
Nice. Okay, Chalet. Ow. Run away.
Stab you or zap you? Why not both?
Okay. Ow.
I thought you didn't want to.
Ow. Jeez, that hurt. There you go. They're massive cheats, literally. Well, I was the one cheating, technically, in that circumstance, even if it wasn't exactly intentional.
No mercy for the wicked.
Well,
No glory without risk.
messy it is.
I'll rip you apart.
There we go.
Prepare yourself.
There we are. Let's see. Great Club Hide Armor. Nothing special. Oh. I mean, easy. They did hurt. They did hurt. One of them nearly one-shot Darren, which was not great. Oh, that leads to Dresden too. Okay. Shell Grave. How do I... How do I get there? What? I don't understand. Because this is all dead ends, according to the map. Hello there, Woodwards. Kirsty, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, everyone. We're playing Pathfinder. How was your stream? Chronicle, thank you for the follow. Let me give you a shout out. There you go. You're playing retro. Ooh, I mean that could be all kinds of things. Welcome everyone. Welcome, welcome. There's a lot of you, so I'll try to say hi to everyone. Rossabo, Phil Legend, Aurelia, Mukanada, Woodwood, of course, I did see you earlier already. Chronicle, number 7, the Ginger Dude, Sketch This Wave, Doomsailor. Welcome, welcome. Pokemon Puzzle League, oh, I do love that game. It's great. All the puzzles. It's a, I don't know, that game is part of my childhood. It was amazing. Yeah, we are fighting demons. It's not as cutest Pokemon, and there's a lot more mass. Gary is a cheater? Of course he is. Did he still say smell you later as well? Did he say his classic line? I'm sure he did. What's the Temple of the Good Hunt? I don't know if I want to go there at all. I probably actually want to go this way. But we can't because I just used all my movement. Oh, we leveled up. All spellcasting units have +2 bonus to AC and damage. Yeah, that's good magical reserves. We want more energy. We want more spells. Because spells are very powerful in this game. So yeah, in case you don't know this game, it's based on the Pathfinder RPG. It is very rules heavy. And this is just a part of it. There's like, this is more like Heroes of Might and Magic type stuff, where you just move armies around, fight demon armies, all that stuff. And then you have your regular party, which can move around and go into places. And then actually have like Baldur's Gate type encounters. Okay, well, random encounters as well. As is the case with many RPGs. But I hope you had a really good time with Pokemon Puzzle League. Because that is a very fun game. Is it just one Ash Giant in this case?
None shall escape.
Surely not. Surely it's not just one. Wait, where's your... Oh, you're fatigued. Oh, wow. Oh, people are too tired. I have a magic missile.
They'll beg me to stop.
Okay. Oh. There's another Ash Giant. Oh, he's tiptoeing. He's coming. Slowly, but surely.
Into the fray!
Run them through.
Oh, he fell over. Oh, it happens. Sometimes you just fall over. I get it.
Desna, guide my hand.
It's a difficult life.
Distract them for me.
Oh. You were tired also? Yeah. Of course. Oh, there's more. What a surprise. Here they come. God, why are they so slow? They're so slow. Tippy toe. Waddle waddle. How do you know they're coming? They're sneaking. Oh, is that what they're doing?
The inheritor.
I mean, they're not very good at it if that's the case. Though, I just tried to hit him 5 times and I missed every single one, so I guess I can't really say much. Okay, Darren, bless everyone with your presence.
Make your peace.
Miss, miss, miss. Beautiful.
Time to share your treasures.
Okay, good. There you go. Windoward.
No match for me.
Surprisingly hard to hit for someone so big, something so big. Well, no, we're just apparently rolling very badly. Like if I scroll up here. Oh actually no, she had a lot of trouble with it. Armor class 29. Yeah, okay, that's fair. And she gets a plus 17. So it's not awful, like she could have hit him. She just needed to roll a 12. Yeah, this one needed 21. Here, I rolled a 2. And a 2. Well, all I needed was a... what? A 4? No, 5. 5. Jeez. Brain, please. 2 is average on a d20. Yeah, sure, yeah. Sometimes it feels that way.
The light, take you.
Okay. Knock him on the ground. Nice.
Precision.
He's not gonna have a great time when he tries to stand up. I'm just gonna say that right now.
I will resist.
As you might imagine.
Cover me, all right?
The explosion. You know what, Windwalk, just walk away. We don't even... We'll just let him stand up, you know? We'll let him stand up. Oops. Oh. He tried. He tried to stand up. He tried to stand up and then exploded instead. It happens to all of us. Sometimes, you know? Sometimes you just explode when you try to get up from the floor. It's a curious thing, really. Okay, so what is this temple? In times of yore, the Sarkorians worshipped Erastil, the patron of hunting and country life. The demon invasion left the temple without its flock, but it somehow avoided the wrath of the monsters that usually ravage any trace of worship of good gods. It stands still, empty and decrepit, waiting for the mortals to return. Okay, we need to rest. This is good. I should thank the Skari, who shook up this drowsy world when he attacked Canabris, and he changed so many destinies, including my own. Yes, when we kill the wretch, I will say thank you to his mutilated corpse. Yeah, you thank him when he's dead, Wonderwug. I'm sure he'll appreciate it. I'm sure the Demon Lord will very much appreciate your thanks. I mean, I don't see why you wouldn't when he's dead, right? Oh, Irabeth has been appointed squad commander in the Vanguard. Nice. Okay, so that's done. What do we have here? So, forming a military council, studying Sword of Valor, Sword of Garm. I think we need to form a military council, right? There we go. It will only take a day and then everything is done. We have an event. Darren asks for an audience. Darren has filed a request for a public audience with the commander. It seems that he has either something important to announce or a new jest to try out. Darren, you already brought me like 1 billion roses the other day. What do you want now? What else could he give me? Or want from me, I guess. Do I go to the temple? I guess I do. Did we need to go to the temple? I don't... There wasn't a quest here as far as I can remember, but we're here now. Might as well go in. It'll be a nice day out. It's raining. It's raining, Twitchy. I guess it could be a nice day still, but It's not exactly what I was envisioning. Okay, this is actually not a big place. That's good.
Move out.
The temple might still be pretty massive by itself, though. Okay, that's just a dead end. We're just exploring the sides of it so we don't miss any loot. Because loot is all important.
Head on.
It's all that we care about, really. Okay, can we just enter the temple? It's a nice door. Temple of the Good Hunt. Aren't you lot evil? No. We're chaotic neutral. Chaotic neutral. Chaotic neutral. Neutral evil. Neutral evil. And lawful good. I mean, there's two, but I mean, do they count? It's mostly chaotic neutral. Only slightly evil, yeah. Only slightly. Only slightly. Don't worry about it. Gyado. The young cleric of Erastil greets you with a shy smile. What an honor it is to see you again, Commander. Welcome to the Temple of Delamere the Blessed. As the temple's prior, I offer my greetings. At the word prior, the priest's face flushes pink. Remind me, who are you again? I know who he is, but I want... They call me Kiado, the shepherd boy. Well, that's what they used to call me, but it's not very fitting for a priest, is it? The cleric lapses into confused silence for a few moments. I come from a village near Lastwall. I've always been drawn to Erastil, even as a child. A cleric by the name of Jod once passed through our village, a kind old man. Not young man, old man. He looked me in the eye, a silly little kid, and he said, I see you're going to serve Erastil, just like myself. And so I did. When I heard about your crusade, I set out to join it, just like my heart was telling me to. At first, I served as a novice under the venerable Rathamus, but now he's gone, and I've been left on my own. Rathamus and I marched on Dresden with your forces. We fought in your host, and then when the demons were driven out, I came here. This temple is centuries old. Erastil's worshippers would have come here in their hundreds in the past. But even now, we get the old pilgrim wandering in. That's why I wanted to take over this temple. Someone ought to take care of this sacred place. I like that we could just be like, everything of value belongs to me. Step aside, boy. Have you seen anything suspicious? The cleric swallows nervously and lowers his gaze. No, everything's quiet around here. There's nothing going on in this temple, that's for sure. Pilgrims have said there's a dragon flying around this area, snatching up travelers, and others say there's just a rumor. Things are quiet here in my temple. Bad Holly. I mean, the dragon probably doesn't mean any harm. It just doesn't have any food in the area. You know? And if there's no food, the only thing to eat are people. So... maybe we can talk to the dragon and give it food in exchange for services or something. I don't know. Maybe it can help us fight the demons. I want to know more about the temple. Where to begin? This temple is dedicated to Delamere. I mean, of course it's a temple of Erastil, but Delamere was the prior of this temple. I mean, no, I am the prior of this temple, and she is like its blessed mother superior, its patroness. The young man falls into a confused silence and looks pleadingly at you. Right. Okay. What's it like to be a prior? Oh, it's terrifying. I live here alone, you see. People travel a great distance to come here, but I have been given an important task. Here in the World Wound, these temples are needed more than ever, so that people don't lose their faith. But that doesn't stop my legs shaking in terror. When I think of my teacher Rathamus, rest his soul, I just feel like running away. I swear I would have run long ago, but one thing keeps me here. Erastil would not have granted me these spells for no reason. I cannot let him down. Or the people. I can't let them down either. You're a pathetic child. Don't worry, we'll destroy the demons, every last one of them. Tell me about Delamere. She lived in these parts back when Sarkoris was still standing. She was a priestess of Erastil, and the Calids deeply respected her for her hard nature and her unshakable faith. Erastil blessed her with various wonders, and the common folk knew that she would stand up for them. Delamere did not like city life. She said cities encouraged foul deeds and corruption of the soul. She said that people ought to live in small clans, where everyone knows everyone, where everyone is kin, where every person has a duty to the rest. You can't hide your sins in a village. In a village, everyone knows what kind of person you are. She had a revelation, and she would travel around the villages and see how many people lived there. If any settlement had more than 53 souls, she drove out all the rest and told them to settle elsewhere, because otherwise the villages would have grown and turned into little towns. What? Her methods were harsh, of course, but people still listened to her because Erastil himself was on her side. She had an edge to her. She single-handedly chased off whole bands of marauders that harassed villagers. So what if there's 53 people in a village, right? Exactly. And 2 of them have a child. Does the child get sent out? Or does one of the villagers have to move? like as soon as there's 36, she's like, no. Only 35. No more. Because you'll grow and become a town and become evil. And get corruption and all that stuff. It's like, okay. That's a lot of steps there. Like, I get it, but it's a bit much. After she died, this temple was built in her honor, in the place where Erastil gifted her with his relics. They say it was here that a white stag emerged from the forest and spoke to her in a human voice, telling her that she should hunt it, because it was the will of her lord. Delamere tracked the stag for 3 days and 3 nights through the forest, and when she ran it to the ground, she made its antlers into a bow, and its hide into armor, and that bow never misses. And Erastil himself blessed that armor so that it repels the strikes of enemies. So, she's buried here is what you're saying. There's gotta be a crypt or something like that, right? Could there be any valuables lying around there, do you think? What? Valuables? The young man's voice hardens all of a sudden. There are no valuables in there, and you'd better stop thinking what you're thinking right now. A fine hunter with a harsh temper, tough and successful, and better yet, someone who was morally opposed to living in those stinking piles the uplanders call cities. She sounds just like me. No, you're nothing like her. Woljif mutters under his breath. Then maybe you should be buried along with her, if you like her so much. Wow, jeez. Jeez, Woljif. It's a bit much. What are you mumbling about? Come on, spit it out. I was just saying a little prayer. Asking Delamere for her help on an important matter. I can't say any more. It's between me and her blessedness. Did she really drive people out of their villages? That's ridiculous. Kiado heatedly responds, his voice trembling in anger. It's not ridiculous. It might sound strange, but Erastil blessed Delamere alone, and he gave her power, wisdom and power. Okay, I want to know more about his teachings. He's an old god back from the times when there was no such thing as towns. Simple he is, and good, and he wants people to be the same. He wants them to live in small settlements where everyone knows each other. He wants them to value the simple joys in life, and not vacuous pondering. He wants people to earn their bread honestly through hunting, crafts, farming, and fishing. He especially prizes hunting, of course, when it is for sustenance rather than sport. He is both stag and hunter. He favors both guises. Erastil does not like finery, and he demands no special ceremonies. He used to simply appear before hunters and rangers and offer his wisdom, but when he is angered, he is terrifying. If someone harms the country folk, takes pleasure in hurting animals, or spoils the crops, that person may well take an arrow from Erastil, and his bow knows no mercy. It is the father of all bows, for it was Erastil who taught people how to shoot. Right, okay, so... I mean, this Erastil kind of sounds like a dick, you know? I'm just saying, he's a little bit of an asshole. Being like, you can't have towns. We need to go back to them olden days. And if you do something that I don't like, I'm gonna shoot you with my bow. It's like, okay. Rude. Have you heard about my new powers? Strange things, very strange. You seem to play tricks again and again, but your tricks somehow become the truth. Your laughter carries more weight than the shouts and commands of other commanders. You're not waging war, you're playing. But at the same time, anyone who treats everything seriously finds themselves defenseless before you, like a child. What are you, Commander? Our lucky talisman? Our impossible chance at victory? Our hope against despair? Or is the entire crusade, this whole war, just one big joke to you? And when the time comes for the punchline, will you be laughing at the demons and at us? I mean, he's not... Probably shouldn't answer that, honestly. I mean, he's not wrong in that I'm just like stumbling along and just happening upon the right things. Because we like the pranks. We are a trickster. That's how you command an army?
No one stands in
By
my
just
way.
doing random stuff? Just stumble along? Yeah. I mean, I have like... I can summon a Nixie Prankster. I haven't done this before. There you go.
Over there.
Oh, look at them. I can't actually select them.
Everyone is
Apparently
not
they
in
will
this
just fight on
world,
their own.
Especially when I'm around.
I can also summon some demons. Because that will go over well, right? With the people that I command demons. Right? That's good. Since we're fighting demons and all. Yeah. Demons aren't so bad once you get to know them. Oh wait, they are. So what's this? Locked. Can't pick locks.
You call?
Can you pick locks?
I'm glad I was useful
Oh.
to you.
I'm begging you, don't go in there. I discovered this concealed door in the temple. Where does it lead? Kyoto's face goes grey and he falters and stutters over his words. Well, what door? The door. It leads into the cellar. There's nothing interesting behind that door. God, he is such a bad liar. Oh my god. You're a terrible liar. Speak the truth before I lose my temper. Oh, I failed. Oh, I rolled a 3. I have a plus 22. Why? Oh, a pathetic spectacle, mutters Darren under his breath, but then he unexpectedly addresses the young man kindly. Do not stain your soul with false oaths. You are better than that. You are above such things. You were given power by one of the wisest and most just gods on Galarian for a reason. You must see that we are your friends, the commander and I, in whose veins flows the blood of celestials. Who can you trust, if not us? Kyoto looks to be on the verge of tears. It's old Zanadra. She's a witch. She came here one night, threatened to torture me, and demanded that I let her into the crypt. She said that her friends would be coming here sometimes, and then she placed a curse on me. If I allow anyone other than initiated service of Baphomet into the crypt without her permission, a brood of rats will appear in my stomach and it will gnaw me from the inside out. Oh, that's a pretty bad curse. But I want to live. I'm no warrior, I'm a humble shepherd. And I never said a word to anyone. They go in there, do things, they whisper. I'm afraid to go in. You can't go in. There's no one in there now anyway. Zanedra hasn't been here for many days, and Aresta willing, she won't come again. Cursed witch. Darren listens to the cleric's stuttering speech with a sympathetic smile, but his lips twitch as though fighting the urge to curve into a smirk that is far less kind. After the boy finishes, Darren heaves a theatrically sad smile, then turns and speaks sotto voce, so that Kiado cannot hear. The first part of my persuasive speech I stole from my dear cousin. The middle I took from Prelate Horan's sermons, and would you believe it, it worked! I do not know which I would prefer more, to string the little whelp along some more, or force my way into that crypt to see if the witch's curse is true. I don't know who this Zanedra is, but I'd really like to get my hands on her and have a chat. Or maybe I'd just reach for my weapon right away. It speaks a language all its own, but a quick death is too good for cultist scum like her. After all the fear and torment and pain they put people through. After this furious outburst, Hila calms down again and speaks to Kiado. Stay strong, kid. You're not alone. You have allies and your faith. Your little priest has struck up a friendship with our enemies. He betrayed us, hid them in his own temple, and now he's been caught. What should we do with this foolish little bird caught in a snare, mistress? I know so many wonderful ways of inflicting pain, I scarcely know where to begin. The hunter's gaze grows hungry and predatory, like a wildcat that has spotted a defenseless dove. Pure animal terror is written on Kiado's face. The commander won't let you get your claws on me, evil fiend. She's just, and will hand me over to be tried as the law commands. The law? I spit on the law. Did you know that the commander and I are very close? If I ask her to give you to me, do you think she'll refuse me? For the sake of some pathetic loser who's been caught working with the demons. Windwag's voice is smug and mocking. She looks at you expectantly, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Wink and wink. Wink at Windwag. I'm tempted to say the traitor thing, because she was a traitor to us. Initially. You were a traitor too, once, or have you forgotten? But here is the difference between me and this waste of air. I am strong and useful. That's why you showed me mercy, but this coward has nothing to offer in exchange for his life. He is helpless and pathetic. And what would you do to him? That's just... The hunter gives you a barely perceptible nod of approval and then eagerly says, I'd kill him slowly. I'd string him up by his hands and feet high above a bonfire, and I'd throw logs on it that have been steeped in salt water for 5 gongs. Okay. That's... okay. If you cover the victim in a large, well-aired fur, it can survive like that for several days, and the meat becomes more and more tender until it just falls off the bone at the slightest touch. A good, interesting way to kill. What about you? How would you do it? Okay. I wasn't expecting that much detail. I wouldn't torture him, actually. Windrug frowns skeptically. not trying to hide her disappointment. Why did you have to go and spoil the fun like that? Couldn't you have said something horrific just to play along? Seeing Kiado's face brighten slightly, Wendar curtly adds, "Don't relax yet, whelp. The mistress said she wouldn't torture you herself. She never said she wouldn't hand you over to me." Don't you pity him? Why should I pity him? No one ever took pity on me, and this coward, it seems, has been nothing but coddled his whole life. Wendour's voice becomes low and threatening, but a mocking smirk flickers on her lips. You know what the life of an underground hunter looks like, boy. Every day you walk out into the darkness full of hungry maws, sharp claws, and poisonous spikes. Lighting a torch is suicide, as is making any loud noises, so you creep through the darkness like a ghost, hoping that you can catch the prey's scent before it catches yours, because if it picks up on you first, it will sink its fangs into your flesh and it will rip you, tear you, chew you up alive. But you won't have any time to cry out or shriek in pain, because you'll have to fight for your survival. If you're lucky, you'll stagger back the way you came, injured, so you can return to the fire and receive your tiny scrap of meat along with the rest of your tribe. And the next day, when your wounds have healed slightly and your gnawing hunger wakes you up, you do it all over again. Can you imagine what that did to me, boy? And what it means that I'm capable of doing to you now? Kiado's face is white as marble, and he seems to have lost the power of speech. He listens to the huntress's vicious, hypnotic voice, not taking his eyes off her face. Yeah. Don't touch him. Thank you, Commander. I can't put into words how grateful I am. We're just letting her ramble off about what she would do to him, and then being like, no, we're not going to do that, actually. Just to, calm his mind a little bit. After probably putting him through a lot. That was a fun little game, but we don't have time for any real fun, isn't that right, mistress? I want to go inside the crypt. You're such a humanitarian. Yeah. The cleric's resistance is hanging by a thread. His lips are trembling and his voice drops to a whisper. I have the key, but what right do you have to? No one except initiated servants of Baphomet can enter the crypt. Well then, initiate me. You're a cleric after all, and the shrine of Baphomet is in your temple. Make me one of your flock. Kiado stares at you with horror and delight. But I'm not a true priest of Baphomet. But you're right, I technically am serving him, and his shrine is in my keeping. Do you think it would work? Then you could kill her the next time she comes and the curse will be broken. Kiado's voice sounds both steely and frightened in equal measure. I don't know how this is done, but Mads, do you trust in your Lord Baphomet? Do you have faith in his protection? Do you invoke his patronage? Dude, I'm sure, becoming initiated into the Demon Lord sect is fine, right? That's no problem. We will become a cultist. Just for a moment. You have a minute to talk about Lord Baphomet? Yeah. Kiado shrinks away and warily glances about himself, but nothing happens. With a trembling hand, the cleric gives you the key. I'm not sure. I don't think it worked. Maybe we shouldn't test it. Please? I need the services of a cleric. I'll be glad to help. I kept all of Ratimus' scrolls. Okay. Okay, so he's got a bunch of scrolls as well. Let's... Actually, I'll just sell these. Look at all this magic items. So many magic items that I don't really have anything to do with. And such carrying capacity, yeah. I mean, we do have a bag of holding That helps. It's a small one, but it helps. Cape of Pest Control. Okay, that's not bad. Damage resistance 5 against all swarms attacks. Oh, Red Salamander is quite good too. Fireball, Fire Snake, Hellfire Ray, Firestorm, and Fiery Body. That's not bad at all. A glowing croissant. Sure, we'll buy the recipe for a glowing croissant. Can we... Wait, I already have the recipe. Oh, I already had it. Damn it. Selling me a recipe I already have? How dare you? Oh, not that. I don't know if... There's a bunch of scrolls. I don't think I want... I don't have any specific scrolls I want or anything. Yeah, okay. Deal, and then leave. Okay. So should we just enter and see what happens? I'm hoping he doesn't, you know, die. Oh, hi.
I lead, you follow.
Oh, he seems fine. He seems fine. Even if we go in there, he seems perfectly fine. Okay, it's very much desecrated here. An antler of monstrous proportions set in steel. The beast to which it belongs must have been as large as a house. Glory be to Baphomet, Lord of the Ivory Labyrinth, unbridled consort of Lamashtu, father of the Horned Brood, connive, maul, rut, and build labyrinths of lies in his honor. This is the will of his chosen priestess Zenedra. Okay, well let's... Oh. Burial rites fulfill several functions. They mitigate the psychological strain of parting with the deceased, they neutralize the source of the disease-causing miasmas, and they suppress the spread of cannibalistic and necrophiliac acts in society at large. There are many ways of disposing of a corpse: burning, dissolution in harsh chemicals, ingestion by all members of the community, but by far the most popular method is burial. A grave protects the corpse against carrion eaters, serves as a place of remembrance, proclaims the merits of the deceased, and, of especially importance, when all safety measures are taken, grave burial prevents the deceased from coming back and visiting their still living relatives. Reduces necrophilia, is that a big problem here? I don't know. It shouldn't be. The commander examines the stone sarcophagus resting in the crypt of the Temple of Erastil. It was used as a feasting table for demons until very recently. Bones are scattered across the stone top of the sarcophagus. Some are easily identifiable as human finger bones. A human eyeball floats unappetizingly in the clay bowl, and next to it lies a half-gnawed ribcage. Examine the sarcophagus. The sarcophagus is constructed from large stone slabs, crudely hewn but fitted together with skill. Each slab is so heavy that it's impossible to reach the contents of the sarcophagus. This was likely the intention of its creators. In some places, the stone is covered with intricate curling lines of symbols. Examine the symbols. At first, the symbols are unfamiliar to the commander, but her eyes soon land on a familiar combination of letters. De la Mer. This is the name of the cleric Chiado mentioned in his conversation with the commander. This sarcophagus undoubtedly contains the body of a priestess of Arastil, Delamere the Blessed. It is unlikely that the young cleric could have read this inscription, written as it is in such an ancient tongue. However, this information Chiado provided is enough to help the commander unravel the mystery. On the lid of the sarcophagus, the symbols form a circle. The commander notices that the seemingly solid slab is actually composed of several pieces in this spot. The hairline joints between the fragments are almost impossible to see. In Sarkoris there existed a funeral tradition in which the priest would place magic seals such as this on tombs. The symbols on the seal are threatening. I guard the eternal sleep of Delamere. Cursed be any who dare to destroy me. Oh god. The seal can probably be pried off with the knife and disassembled. No, we failed. No. Why? You rolled a 4. You just needed an 8. Oh. Niche Mythic Path. Well, sadly, I don't have it. Close the lids. I'm gonna reload. When was this? I did save, right? Oh, Jaeger! Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, everyone. How was your stream? So many raids today. How was Minecraft? Did you have a good time? Hammer time. Nice. It's always hammer time. You made a big clock? Nice. Okay, let's go down here. Wait, that was what I... Yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay, this is fine. Inspect this again. How goes the righteous path? Righteous, yes. Very, very righteous. Oh my... We rolled a 3 now. Can we just at least roll properly? We just need an 8. Hi Lumen, welcome, welcome. I hope you're well too. So righteous, yeah. That's why I'm prying open a sarcophagus. That is telling me not to open it or be cursed. Very righteous. Oh wait, there's a diary. I didn't even see that last time. What's this diary? You're doing great, nice. I'm doing good. I'm a little bit hungry. I will probably end soonish, but I'm doing good. Mira is 3 days old. What a happy day. I'm strong enough to hold a quill again, and I can now write of my joy. My prayers have been answered at last. I prayed desperately for many years to the goddess of beauty and fertility, but they only answered with silence. Mother Damashtu alone answered my prayers. Finally, Mira was born. It was difficult for me to bear her for 9 months, but looking into her golden eyes and seeing her pretty smile, I realized that all the hardships were worth it, and all the terrible rituals I wish I could forget. It's such a pity that my husband didn't live to see this day. What did she do? Mira is 6 months old. The wet nurse refused to feed her. She said the baby bit her breast too hard and sucked out the blood. What nonsense. True, my little girl was born with teeth, but that doesn't make her a bloodsucker. This is a bit unusual. She's my angel. I'm sure the humps on her back will soon develop into little wings. Okay. 5 years old. Mira's 5, but I still breastfeed her. She just won't let go of me. I'm the only one who can bear her little teeth. The servants leave us one after another. They say they're frightened by rustling in the night, and that girls discover bite marks and bruises on their arms and legs in the morning. The housekeeper was the last to leave. She said she woke up at night to the sound of scratching up above the ceiling beam. She swears she looked up and saw Mira crawling across the ceiling. She showed me claw marks on the wood too, but of course I told her it was all ridiculous. I think your baby is cursed. You can't just... She's biting everyone, sucking their blood, and crawling on the ceiling. I would be getting a priest very quickly. That's not normal behavior for a baby. I mean, 5, she's not really a baby anymore, but still, like... You can't really crawl on the ceiling, you know? That's not really... It's not a normal thing to do. Mira's 5.5. Mira loves me so much, it's impossible to pull her away from my breast. It worries me that she doesn't want to eat vegetables. The cook complains that the little girl sneaks into the kitchen and snatches pieces of raw meat right out of her hands. My poor girl, no one wants to be friends with her, that's why she plays such strange games. So, she doesn't eat vegetables, she eats raw meat instead. She's been sucking blood. She's been crawling on the ceiling. Mira is 6. The cook has vanished. She probably ran away in secret. Mira slept all day. Her little tummy is so bloated. I'm afraid she might have contracted an illness from the uncooked meat. I think she ate the cook. I think she just ate the cook. Mira 6 and 1 month. I found what was left from the cook in the compost pile. I don't know what kind of animal chewed off her breasts and ripped chunks of meat from her stomach. A wolf perhaps? A rabid dog? Absent-minded, I didn't hear Mira come close. She laughed joyously, pointing her little finger at the rotting remains. A child's innocence. She didn't even realize what she was looking at. I think she did. I'm pretty sure this child is, like, demonic or something. I don't know. This may be the last thing I write in my life. My milk is not enough for Mira anymore. She wants more from me, and the wounds from her little teeth get deeper and deeper. Now I understand what happened to the cook. I am afraid, but I am her mother. I must be strong and give my child everything I can. What? You even realize what happened, and you're like, actually no, I'm still... God. Great Mother Lamashti, I beg you care for her when I'm gone. She has no one but us. What? Okay, we need to find Mira. Because, I mean, maybe we'll find her at some point. Face her, you know? That is... Yeah, I know Lamashtu is the demon lord, but... Like, what the fuck? Okay. Let's try this again. Please. Finally. Reroll a 10. There you go. Mads digs the tip of a knife in the joint between the seal's fragments. He carefully nudges the blade until the seal clicks and crumbles to pieces, and the lid of the sarcophagus slides open. Inside the sarcophagus lie the remains of a female archer. The bones are held together by leather armor covered in the same symbols as those on the sarcophagus, and the skeleton's hands are clutching an impressive bow made from an antler. Surprisingly, there's no unpleasant smell from the remains. She's apparently the mother of beasts and mistress of insanity, so it makes sense that the baby became a beast. I guess so, yeah. Do we take the relics? Do we reverently touch the relics and close the lid? Do we take the relics, or do we move the relics and remain and the relics to Dresden? I mean, that bow is probably very good. That's all I'm saying. Dresden is our base of operations. It's like the fortress in the middle of this this world wound where all the demons are. It's basically the safe haven currently. What's the diary significance? I don't know. I found it here. I don't think it's related to her. Let's move the remains. Body resting in the sarcophagus looks majestic and not at all off-putting. It's easy to imagine how Delamar looked when she was alive. A regal woman with a proud chin, broad shoulders and the strong arms of an archer. Her appearance would have garnered people's trust, and even after death they came here to worship her. And more will come to Dresden now to pay homage to her in her new resting place. There you go. That works, right? Do you think he will mind? Kyoto? I've decided to move Delamar's relics to Dresden. That is wise. May the pilgrims and the restless faithful have the chance to behold Delamar the Blessed. Wait a second. Understanding dawns on the young man's face and his expression turns to horror. You're taking away the relics? And I'm staying here? To guard an empty cursed cellar that no one must enter? Because otherwise I'll die? But how am I to live? Pilgrims still come here now, albeit rarely. But if you take the relics away, no one in their right mind will come here. Only homeless wanderers. What will I do then? The young man clutches his head in despair. Oh no. Yeah, that's a bit of a problem, isn't it? I'm sure it's fine. Just, I mean, you can chill here, right? You don't have to do much.
Please, allow me.
You're basically just guarding it so that other people don't show up, go into the cellar and you die.
I'm glad it was useful to you.
It's a fake curse, he'll be fine. I don't think it's a fake curse. I don't think it's a fake curse.
Good, aren't I?
I could have checked it as well. Wait, Finian Dismart turned into a sword on command. The sword possesses sufficient sharpness and the ability to adjust the will to strike. It beheaded a crusader with a single blow. Clean cut, the blade is undamaged. The specimen makes unwanted noises resembling weeping. No reaction to threats. Okay, so why is that here? Why are there notes on Finian
This
here?
is my kind of work.
Ooh. Ultimate Predator. These knee pads grant their wearer a +2 insight bonus on attack and damage rolls made with natural weapons against animals, magical beasts, and monstrous humanoids. Mahans, here you go. You've got this. Okay. But I mean, he doesn't really have much to be afraid of as long as he just stays here. That's all he needs to do is just not leave the temple and
My tail is twitching. Must
make
be a
sure
sign.
that people don't go into the basement, which I'm sure he can. Like, there's no reason for him to be unable to do that.
pretty good, aren't I?
Incredible dexterity +4. Ooh. Underwalk. Here you go. Okay. Well, that was nice. I hope you won't go insane just having to stay here. I'm sure he'll be fine. I'm off, good luck, don't get killed. I'll try. I mean, I'm probably gonna stop anyway, so... I've got to make some food as well. Yeah, I think... I'll just move a little bit like this. Can the armies move? They can. Okay, send you continue. This way. Okay, and then you. We'll just do this to finish off. Okay, there's a bunch of ash giants. Nice. Die cultists. Ow. Stop throwing rocks at my paladins. That's extremely rude. Don't you know how rude that is? And here it goes again. Just keeps throwing rocks at my paladins. Here, that's what you get. There we go. They rock. They do rock. They're giants. But they're not very nice to me. So I had to not be nice to them. Ooh, finance points. Nice. More money. Okay. Oh. I wasn't expecting to go straight into a fight that way. Oh, it's elementals. Okay. There's 11. Let's hit the air elementals. There we go. Ow. Rude. Nice. Okay, these earth elementals will be a problem. I might just... No, I will kill them eventually. This is fine. Come on. There we go. That wasn't too bad. So we got energy points. So demon army over there. And fortification. We're going back this way and then over this way. This way. Okay, and you can go that way or this way. We'll go this way. Towards these. And then this army will fight these. But before I do that, I will just save the game and continue tomorrow. Because I need food. And food is good. Let's see. Where do I send you over to? Combat Dude is playing some V Rising. But I did raid combat recently. Workers playing Professor Layton, which is a fun time. Don't really have many others that I want to raid. I'll send you over to Orwerka. She is always very nice. And Professor Layton is a great game, so thank you all for being around for all the raids. You are wonderful, and I hope you had a good time here. We made some progress, not as much as I might have liked, but you know, good enough. But again, thank you for watching. Go say hi to a worker for me. Send all the love over there, and I'll be back tomorrow at noon for more Pathfinder. We'll continue where we left off and show those demons what we've got and all that. Yeah, if I don't see you, have a wonderful weekend. Even if I do see you, have a wonderful weekend, just overall. Yeah, have a good one and say hi to a worker for me. Bye bye everyone. Love you. Bye bye.